Do, 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 do. Okay. Testing. 1, 2. Should be. Says you are. Oh, look at that. It's a dude in a suit. Disgusting. It's just disgusting. Oh. Test. Have a software mixer. Oh, that's a hell of a delay. WhatsApp. What? No. Oh, it's still on the stream. Yep, there it went.
So everybody's here. Oh. That was weird. But hey! Weirder things have happened.
Not here. What are you talking about?
I don't know. This is definitely going to be a play around with it, figure it out, and make this kind of work kind of night. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hearing yourself, myself.
Yeah, I got to turn that down just a little bit.
It's fine.
Turn that. I feel like I'm playing an RTS game where my actions per minute are like 1,000 right now. If anybody else is familiar
that's
with
fair.
Click, 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 click. Okay. Yeah, we're kind of just winging it here because I've never done one of these before on the channel. So let me know if the audio needs adjusting or if the screen needs adjusting. Right now we're full screen in the Discord. I know it's all black, and that's what we're looking at right now, but we are probably going to pull some stuff up on the screen later to adjust as we talk about things. What's up, Ant-Man? Welcome back to the Build Show, which is not the Build Show. It's Q&A tonight with myself, Ben Estrino, and chat nerds over in the Discord. If you wanted to jump into the Discord, you're more than welcome to join. I see you, Ant-Man, over there. Just look for the channel on the Discord channel there. Stage. Onra, what's up, man? Welcome back, Ant-Man. First question. Did you want to jump in here and ask the question, Ant-Man? This is a question coming from YouTube. Did we want to bring Ant-Man in to ask the question, or did he want to just ask? Sure, let me get my mic. Okay, he's getting his mic. Okay, well, we're looking to, I guess, just chit-chat, talk, answer some questions, go through some topics. We have a few topics that we had started kind of talking about before the stream. Man, this music is loud in my ears, but how do I fix that? Not loud on the stream, too loud in my ears.
That would be your headphones, but doesn't the stream run through your headphones?
Yeah. Okay, ready. We can invite him to speak.
Hello.
And he's in.
Hello, Ant-Man.
What's up?
Hey. So what's the question that you got?
So, is there a website where I can enter my PC specs in a game I want to play, and it'll tell me if I can run it and tell me what's the best settings to run it at?
That is a pretty good question. So,
There used to be, what was that thing? So, yeah, will it run? Can it run? Yeah, I think it's can it run? Can I run it? Something along those lines.
yeah, it's can you run it? And it's systemrequirementslab.com. Let me see if I can just drop the link into the chats. I don't know if I should do that, actually. I'll drop it in the Discord.
There we go. We put it in thing.
Oh,
But yeah,
put it in
you
the thing. Did you already put it in the thing?
no. And you want me to?
I know I'm gonna put it in the thing.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna put it in QA questions.
Yeah, that works. Or there's an actual chat for the actual. Somebody will find it. I ain't too worried about it.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing here.
People will. This is
Anyway,
my first day on the job.
yeah, this is I feel like this is my. I've never done one of these before, so I have no idea what I'm doing. So just
What's
roll
a
with me.
what's a live stream? This is my first YouTube
What's
thing.
your live stream? I don't know. How do you stream? So that's a website that I've seen people use in the past. The problem with these is it's not going to be perfect. Meaning you can punch in the game and then it'll spit out the requirements, and all system requirements aren't exactly perfect. It's kind of like if you go to Steam, for example, and it spits out on Call of Duty its requirements, it's a lot less than what the industry recommends or somebody that plays it would recommend. So usually it's a lot less than what is actually needed to enjoy it. That's something
Yeah,
I've
it
always...
will give you. Yeah, what I remember is it tells you like the specs, so it has like a general overview of all games. Now, the only bad part about that is it's a third-party website, and more than likely, it's going to have you download a tool to check your items. I'm not so big on that because I don't really like third-party things on my PC.
Yeah, I don't know if it does that. I think it's just type in the game, for example. Let's just do Call of Duty. I can break this out and bring it over. Just ignore the ads if there's any weird ones, but just Call of Duty 2, for example, and that's an old school game, by the way. But Call of Duty 2, it's going to spit out the requirements for it, so you don't really have to install anything with this one. You just type in the game that you're looking for, and it's just going to spit out the requirements, and really you're just going to pair up, hey, what CPU do I have? Is it this CPU or better? And I think Ant-Man's looking for a better solution than this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you hit the
see if I can get a virus live on stream.
Yeah, here we go. I was just gonna say, I think it's can you run it? All right, we'll troubleshoot live on
the stream PC.
Yeah,
this is a great idea. All right, so
it's... it's gonna crash it. No, see, yeah, that's what I'm saying. A detection tool. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
I told you, third party.
Well, let's see what else that came with it. So according to this, my PC cannot run Call of Duty 2 from 2000. No, I'm just kidding. It can. But yeah, I guess it did a pretty good job. I have no idea if I got anything else with that download, but it was pretty light. See, it didn't understand the OS because it's this came out years ago. So I guess this would be something you can run, and I just ran it on my stream PC, and so far I don't have a virus.
Let's run Windows Defender and check it, shall we?
I really don't want to scan
Okay.
anything. If we use one
That's
more
fair.
resource, the stream's probably gonna stop.
No,
working.
yeah, God, don't. We got to work on that. We really have to work on the other.
I'm gonna catch up on the chat really quick over there on YouTube, Twitch as well.
Yep.
AK,
Twitch,
I
YouTube,
test.
You do.
Yes, I noticed that you were also in the Discord channel. Thank you for joining the stream over there on Twitch. Looks like the majority of the audience is over here on YouTube tonight. Sadie, sometimes. Sadie, sometimes. Likes for the win, Ant-Man, Onra. 4 times combo. Hello, Steve. Welcome back. I picked up an RTX 5060 Ti Gigabyte, also Aurora's Dual. Nice. That's a pretty good card. Did you get the 16-bit or the X16 or the smaller one? Because I know that 5060 Ti can 5060 and the 5060 Ti can come with a smaller bus. PCIe. What am I trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're talking about the bandwidth. Like
The
if
bandwidth,
it's
yeah.
192 or it's 256. That's what you're.
I'm talking about the actual slot. So if we go to
Oh, you
PCIe.
mean like the actual PCIe lanes?
yeah,
I got you. Okay. I thought you were talking about like memory bandwidth. As far as
yeah, it's the
for,
same bandwidth across them, but see, for example, this one. Of course, it's going to be on Amazon.
It's what you're talking about is the you actually want like the PCIe lanes.
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, it's a smaller lane or smaller connection than the
Correct.
full
It's
16.
5. I think it's 5x8 if I remember right.
Yeah.
I think.
Which I did run one of these with the smaller, and I did not see a difference. So performance-wise, there was no difference. But with the 5060 Ti, you're not really utilizing all that. So
Right. Yeah.
Asus Dual. So I don't think the Asus Dual is that. It's got the full 16.
I
Yeah.
don't believe it is. Now that I think about it.
How's the audio, guys? Can you hear Nerd good enough? And then
My name is Mike, by the way.
Mike. We'll go with Mike. Can you hear Mike?
Mike, is Mike's mic all right?
Because it's another
On
Mike.
the mic. That's right. There's too many mics in this.
There's like 15 mics.
How many mics we got in this place?
It's Mike City now. Audio is good. Some giant idiot says over on Twitch. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to balance the audio because not only am I on a new mic in a new spot in the build room, but we've also introduced the Discord addition to the audio as well as the music. So, okay, let's go through some
Yeah.
of the questions that we did already receive in Discord.
Sure.
You want to read them off?
Sure.
They should be in the QA questions.
Yep,
I
I
copied
have.
some from
Oh
the
my
general.
goodness. The first one is fantastic. Have you ever built a PC that made you cringe? Questions why you're building it. How much time we got?
How much time? As much time as you guys
Yeah.
want. For me.
No, I meant like how much time do you? I mean, because I have been building custom PCs longer than Ben has. I've been doing it for 15 years. I think still have a file somewhere. of it.
Well, I've been
Man,
building
yeah.
PCs for almost 15 years now. It's getting pretty close to that. I've been building since I was like 9 years old. Not professionally, of course. Professionally, probably since 2010, 2008.
Yeah, there you go.
So-
Yeah. But cringe, yes. I mean, anymore, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm getting older or whatever. I can't handle like the 5090 with all the Lee and Lee, the streamer cables, and that I can't do too much RGB. I'm sorry. It's
Yeah.
unicorn puke is what I call it. So yeah.
RGB previously didn't exist. So, for us to say that, it's because we grew up with making aesthetics or PCs look nice without the cheat code, which is RGB. We used to have to deal with IDE cables, and probably
Oh my
anybody in
God.
this anybody in this group that's watching right now, except for maybe you, Steve Anderson, probably doesn't even know what an IDE cable is, or the fact that we had to take our hard drives and make one a slave and one a master to make it the bootable
We're talking
drive.
about hardware. We're talking about hardware.
We're talking about hardware.
We're on YouTube, so we're talking about hardware.
Yeah, nothing kinky like that. We're talking about the hardware of a computer, for the record. But
Oh,
all those
flat
things that
ribbon
you
cable, yeah.
had to do, it was crazy back then compared to what we have today.
Yeah.
Today everything's pretty much plug and play, and the RGB just adds to the aesthetics, but it was a lot more difficult to make an aesthetic pleasing build.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody had asked a bio of myself. Sure. I'm old AF, as you youngins would say. I have been, far as for career-wise, I was a corporate executive chef for 28 years. Decided to retire, but I'd always have something to do with computers or electronics. I mean, the first computer that I ever did was a punch card computer. I actually still have some at the college, but yeah.
I did not get to
Custom
play with any
gaming
of that.
PCs. I mean, trust me, you didn't. I mean, it's
My
a learning
grandpa
experience. It tells you about.
Told me about it.
Yeah. Hey, watch it. No, I get it. It's just always something with the computers, always something with electronics. I mean, I'm back from in the day, where the OG original fish tank and mineral oil, and taking a window air conditioner to cool your Intel dual core, right? So it didn't like fry eggs on it, which I had I teach at a college here for the computer support technician class. So
I did
the
do
students
that
really wanted to.
with an AMD
What?
Duron.
Did you go? Oh yeah. Oh man. The students wanted to know if you could actually fry French fries with an overclocked Intel in a small enough like little fishbowl case. So we had a little mini ITX board.
Yeah.
It was actually getting the oil pretty warm up until the trace is fried on the board itself. But it was good. It was good. It was pretty good. But yeah, I've always had to do with computers.
Too much V through the tracers.
Oh,
They just
yeah,
pop.
well, and then it was that old school green PCB as well,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And it wasn't like the 7-10 layers what they are. It was like 2.
Yeah. Easy to pop them.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, caps were. Yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. I'm just surprised there wasn't a fire. Honestly, now that I think about it.
Yeah, at least have an extinguisher in the classroom.
There's actually
Usually
we
I
had a
think
new
it's a
building made.
requirement.
There's yeah. Well, it's a state code, but we had a new building built. Thank you to the lottery. But in the new building, it actually has a halon system in there.
Nice.
And there are oxygen tanks all over. And new class, we got to do it. That's part of the new drill now. Like if it goes off, please run to get your oxygen mask. Because you will pass out and die if you lay in here for too long.
Yeah.
But it also keeps everybody from burning to death. It's
That could be dangerous. But yeah. Hopefully, never need them.
No.
I actually want to go back to that first question because I think there was a piece of it that we didn't really answer, but it was did we ever build a PC that made us cringe? And I do have a couple of stories that, and it's actually more of a recent one, not one that I was streaming, but back in the day when I was flipping PCs before Empower Gaming Computers was a thing. And this is when everything was transitioning to AIM-4 and Intel, I think 9th gen was out, or had been out, and it was like right when the 10th gen launched, 10th gen Intel, just to give you kind of a time frame idea. I was still doing DDR3 builds with AMD FX 6300 or Intel i7, like 4th gen. That's when one of those builds I was doing, I cringed on it. I was like, man, why am I still doing these DDR3 builds? And it was really, because they're cheap and they're easy to do, and the parts were just in abundance locally and on the local marketplace, and it was just easy to get. But it came with a lot of problems. So that one build that I was doing was an AMD FX 6300 with either an RX 580 or a 570 with 16 gigabytes of DDR3. It's not that it was a bad build. It was just, I did the math, and I could almost get a DDR4 build with AMD's platform for almost the same price. It was like maybe a $50 difference. That's when I cringed, and I was like, yeah, I'm done doing these. And then I started moving on to doing more AIM-4 builds, and that really helped. Because a lot of times when I did those older builds with used parts, I just had a lot of people come back with issues, and it just created more headaches than what it was worth. And I'm glad I kind of made that transition and stopped using used parts in general for most of the builds. It just eliminated a ton of headaches that I didn't have to go through. And as you've seen on some of my streams, even when you buy open box stuff, which is supposed to be brand new, just opened box, it's you still run into issues. So it's just a good idea for anybody who's building out there. Oh, hey.
I totally forgot to turn on my camera. It's my bad.
It's all good. Anything
I was like, wait a minute.
On this one.
I just finally got everything all pulled up. Thank God for 40-inch monitors. I was like, this screen open, that screen open, we're good. So it's fine. But yeah, cringe. Yeah, anytime. And I mean, don't get me wrong. You can flip PCs if you do it correctly. We were talking about this earlier about
the first
you can make money by flipping PCs.
Sorry, I was answering a question.
You can make money by no. You can flip money doing PCs, but then again, like what you said, you buy $800 PC thinking it's going to be fantastic and you're going to make some money and maybe just change out the RAM, and it turns out you can maybe get $20 out of it.
Right.
So it's a gamble. It's a gamble for sure.
It's actually, that would be a great topic to dive into more if we don't have any other questions. I think there's a few more in there.
Oh God, we got plenty. Are you kidding me? Between YouTube, Twitch, and the Discord, there's plenty.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm just gonna catch up on the YouTube chat and Twitch.
I'm kind of going through it because a lot of these have doubled up a little bit. So.
Yeah. LOL Ben there.
We can.
Jeff. I think that was regarding the punch cards, I believe.
Oh my God.
Are we asking questions on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or on one of the Discord channels? Some giant idiot, you can ask questions in any of them, but the more organized option is the QA in the Discord channel.
Yep. Oh,
Porgasaur,
that's a good
welcome
one.
back.
That's a good
What
one.
questions have you
That's a good
answered?
one.
The first and second one. Dang, I missed one of mine. Which one was yours? Most of the questions are for me. Nice. Sorry about that, Porgasaur.
What is the best budget GPU you recommend?
Budget GPU. If
Okay.
we-
Now, are we doing you
Yeah, I
go
wanna
like
hear your
MSRP or what you actually gonna pay it for it?
like used marketplace price, or
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a refurbished,
let's give both.
like from Micro Center kind of thing, or
Let's give
I
new
mean-
MSRP, and then we'll also give a used kind of like a marketplace purchase, Facebook marketplace purchase.
I got you. Okay.
Both options.
If I had to do new MSRP, that's okay. We do like 1080. Are we doing like 1080p? I'm assuming. Yeah, right. Because
For
that's
budget.
what everybody.
That's pretty much
Yeah.
the lowest
Budget
you
is
can go
1080.
for budget.
Yeah, I mean, honest for 1080p, that 9060 XT.
9060?
Yep, XT. I was running it a long time with a couple of members in Discord. We were playing Helldivers, and I was running the B580 for a very long time, the Sparkle B580,
Great
and
card.
you know, at 1440p, that was it was still, and you know, with ultra settings, I was pulling over 90 frames on a 2K monitor. And then I switched out to the 9060 XT when it came out, the 16 gig, just to see how it is, and it'll do 110 plus on average, easy.
Yeah, it's
So I think, you know,
it's
spend a little
definitely
bit
a
more
good
for
card,
16 gig.
and you could do 1440p on that card if you wanted to push it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it was at 1440p. I'm assuming the 1080 is just okay, because honestly, I don't, you know, budget 1080p, yeah, but you know, I test everything at 1440. So if it runs 1440 really good, you know,
Yeah.
yeah, you could probably get away with the 8 gig. One of the other servers that
You
I
said
kind of, you know,
16, right? 16 gig is what you were talking about, not the 8 gig?
yep, I got the gigabyte. I have the boxes over there somewhere. It's the gigabyte 9060 XT 16 gig. I think it was.
Should just sort that.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was at MSRP when I bought it. Still, it was 389. Maybe it's 389. I think.
Yeah,
Oh,
over here
yep,
at
right
Micro
there.
Center. It's this one that we're
Yep.
talking about. So this is the card that Nerd is saying is a great budget option. I agree with him. It's a great entry-level budget card if you're buying new. Probably better than the 5060.
Yeah.
And slightly better than the Intel Arc B580. I would say this is probably a good option because it does give you
I
the
mean,
16 gig
if you
with the
can-
VRAM.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, if you can, I would not turn down a B580 if you can get it at MSRP. For if it's you can get it at $299 or lower. I mean, honestly, I would go with that one too. And
Yeah.
that, you know, once we talk about budget GPUs, right? That's, you know, what's your budget?
Yeah. This is a great option. For me, if you want to go to the ultra budget, so I agree with this if you're buying new, but if you're going for ultra budget, trying to stretch the dollar, and you need something to start that's going to play 1080p and give you an enjoyable experience that'll play pretty much any title you throw at it, the RX 6600 you can find if you shop around. You got to shop around, but I've seen them at Micro Center as low as $189. So if you need to squeeze those,
you can also find 7600s now there as well for
Yeah.
maybe $10 more.
is an open box.
And you know,
Definitely, yep.
yeah, exactly. And that's the other thing too. A lot of people don't know about, like, refurbished cards, especially if you know, Facebook Marketplace is a thing, but refurbished cards from like Micro Center. I don't want to talk about Newegg, but you know they have a reputation as is. But
Just
like
don't
Micro
buy
Center
open box
and Best Buy.
motherboards from Newegg. Avoid that.
I mean, open box anything. It's a risk at Newegg because
They don't
unless
have a
it's
return.
actually, well, if it's so, Newegg is like the PC of Amazon, right? So you have to look, and if it's sold by Newegg and it's like warranted by Newegg, that's fine. But
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff where you get those open motherboard boxes and that's not by them. So you have to be like, okay. That's like Amazon. It's sold by Amazon. It's warranted by Amazon, right? So
Right.
it's the same thing. But yeah, anything from Micro Center open box comes with, I think it's a 90 days free return, right? So if you get it and it's dead, you'll be like, hey.
Yeah.
I remember waiting for the 5090 launch, and it was funny, a while back when all those Micro Center 5090s had backpacks in them. Because I literally, when I bought the 5090s that I bought my one that I could get, right? I had the others, but the one I bought, and as soon as I bought it, and the transaction was done, I opened it right there.
I mean, it makes sense, especially if that was happening. Did you say you had it happen to you, or?
Yeah.
You had
Oh
a
yeah, I
backpack and
have
not a
been.
GPU?
No. It was Red Bricks.
Okay.
I think they were from New York. Yeah. And one of them was slate stone kind of thing. So yeah, I don't, anything that's open box, unless I've worked with that company before.
Yeah.
And kind of trust them. That's one thing. But Facebook Marketplace, is just like, I'll ship it to you. No. I get asked that a lot. I don't know about you. I get asked that a lot. Well, somebody's got like a 4090 on there for $500 on Facebook Marketplace, but they're only shipping it. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they don't want to be there for the transaction.
Yeah. They're like,
So you
okay,
find out
see ya.
it's
How you doing that? Oh, it's just a Cash App. I got it.
Yeah.
So once you send the funds,
They only accept
you're gone.
Cash App.
Yeah.
Strange.
Or Venmo, or Zelle, because that's a perm. Yeah. I guess you can't do Zelle on the app anymore. I guess that stopped. You have to go directly through the bank. So.
All right, I'm gonna run through the chat here. Haven't really touched on YouTube in a second. Steve Anderson says, "I know what a SCSI drive is." Yeah, anybody who's worked on servers definitely knows what a SCSI drive is. Or even then, I think there is some SCSI options for desktops. I never really had to deal with it with desktops, mostly just servers. 1981, where I worked, they had a punch card computer. That is before I was born, Steve.
Oh yeah.
That was before I was born. LOL, my friend fried an egg on an ASIC once. Yeah, those get hot.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
They do. They literally do.
There was a time 1 meg of RAM was considered a lot of RAM. Yeah. I do remember in some of the classes I was taking for A+, my A+ cert, some of their books were a little bit old, so they were talking about some of this stuff, and it was like, why? And this is a time when 1 gigabytes of RAM was a lot for me. And they were talking about 1 meg in the books.
Yeah.
So I think some of our curriculum was a little out of date.
I mean, look, I think because at the college, that's you go for your A+ cert, right, and then you can get more. But I was going to say probably about 801, 802, right about there is when they actually started updating, because they still had IDE drives and your FireWire ports, and I'm like, guys, come on, let's give it the times here. It's 2016. No.
Yeah.
No.
Welcome.
Can we?
Welcome, Icy Tech.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm
No,
so
no,
used to just inviting new people into the chat when I'm streaming.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you never have anybody else on, so it's a thing.
I don't mean to interrupt.
It's fair. I am not going to take offense to it. Trust me.
So IC Tech, if you want to drop your PC, we do have a Discord channel for that. You can do the command in the chat, !Discord, and that'll get you access to the Discord, and then there's a channel for that if you want to drop your PC in there and we can rate it for you.
Yeah, let's see.
Get him his... Get the link for him.
Yeah. Rate a PC? I see what you're doing now. Okay.
Yeah, he wants
I'm
to rate
going.
PC.
What about that?
The Discord is there in the chat, the link.
Yep. In the YouTube.
Yep.
Or did it go everywhere?
It just went to the YouTube.
It's in YouTube.
I could drop it everywhere
Yeah.
if he wants me to.
I was looking on Twitch. I was like, I don't see it. Never mind.
Going back to the chat, depends on the budget, 500, 600, 750, 1000. Yeah, it kind of depends on the budget for the overall build maybe. But 5060 Ti, 16 gigabytes, $429. That's a good point, Steve. Over on YouTube. I bought an RTX 5060 8GB, overclocked the RAM to 16,101 and over 3,000 on the core. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of an overclock.
They are very nice on overclocking. They will also pull a lot of power as well. That's the other thing, they started now AMD starting to tinker into Intel territory. I've been seeing that kind of trend up for a little bit, where Intel was like, it's the best gaming CPU. Yeah, but it's also pulling 425 watts, for this power. You're going to have a degradation eventually. But AMD's starting to do that now. Not so much. I mean, I think the 3D V cache, the glue or stacking is getting better, so they're pushing the power a little bit more now. So, but I've seen it with the GPUs.
Yeah.
I want to look and see what quarter 3 looks like for when the supers come out, and I've been told that AMD has something. I have a very reliable source that says there's something in Q3, Q4.
Oh yeah.
So we shall see. Oh yeah, that was what I was told.
That would be exciting to hear.
I do. I really hope, I don't know about a 9090 XT or maybe a 9080 with 24 gigs of VRAM. I would love to go for something like that. Right? Is it going to compete with a 5090? Probably not. But I don't know. That's what I'm trying to do with.
Most of the time, they don't even try to compete at that level. It's just enough, getting a high-end card out there for the AMD, better than the 50 or the 9070 XT. And honestly, that's all we need. We don't need a 5090 for gaming if that's all they're focused on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I guess if you're going for 4K, but if you're going for 4K, you still got to use FrameGen and DLS, right, to get those high, FPS on that. So just make the drivers and, the FSR and the DLSS better. You don't need to push all that power,
Yeah.
It doesn't really. Yeah, I can understand, AI, everything's trending for AI, but you definitely need more VRAM for AI. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But then there's that fine line of, there's always that there's like that gray area where, if you want to get into AI, yeah, you need more VRAM to run it, and CUDA core acceleration is a thing, but, more and more is taking different aspects of the AMD architecture onto that. But if you really seriously get an AI, then you're really going to start looking at, 8 to 6,000 GPUs and that kind of thing. So,
well, if you're getting serious about AI, you're going to drop at least 10 grand. I mean,
just on the GPU.
Yeah.
5 or 6
serious money
for motherboard, RAM. Yeah, 20,000. right there. If you're seriously going to get into it, I mean, you can hack it, and, you know,
entry
like
level
go scouring for
AI rig.
yeah,
is one that I
3090s.
did
Yeah,
with the 5090 build that I did not too long ago.
Yep.
That was all the Threadripper. That's your entry level AI rig, and that was around 10 grand, excluding
yeah. I mean, you can
excluding the graphics
you can
card, 'cause
make
he picked that
a
up over at the event in Asia.
you can make like a hack AI rig, and I mean, I had it for a while until you actually pony up the money and get like a real AI accelerator, like an ADA card, But I mean, 30 series SLI is still a thing. Guess what? You share that VRAM between two 3090s. It's a lot of VRAM. You got your 48 right there, and that's way cheaper than a 10 grand finding a couple of 3090s used, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. For sure. Let's see.
Porgaslore over on Twitch says he can't hear me very well. Here, let me bump my voice up. Is this any better, Porgaslore? Over on Twitch. Good evening, all. Austin, welcome back. Or welcome. Martin, good evening. Can I get an honest rating of my Commodore 64? If you'd like to show it off, Martin, you can join the Discord channel and drop it off there, or drop some photos there and write something nice about it. Your specs.
I'm giving it 11. No, wait, hold on. It's at a 10, but do you have the disk drive, okay, or the CD, okay, and did you have the upgraded the keyboard with the expanded? I need to know those things, or the secondary hard drive that was plugged in.
Yeah, those are all important questions for the Commodore.
For the rating.
Yeah.
Wow.
It'll take it from a 10 to an 11 with those, or 9 to an 11.
Does it go to 11? That's what I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know about that. My dad showed me that because he was he was a musician. So
well, that makes sense.
He shows me that one all the time, as if I've not seen it before. I laugh every time. Yeah. Does it go to 11? And then next thing you know, there's a knob.
But it goes to 11.
It goes to 11.
Yeah. Exactly.
Good one.
Let's see.
We did not rate the PC yet. Nope.
No, not yet.
We haven't gotten to that yet.
I'm going through. Answered. Oh, Avalon 8. Is it worth thinking about having someone replace the graphics card and/or processor in a stock laptop, or is it just cheaper, easier to buy a new one? If you want to get specific, the Yoga 722-in-1, they didn't make them like that anymore. Okay.
That's difficult because it's a laptop, number one. So it comes down to if it has a replaceable dedicated GPU and CPU, because a lot of laptops today do not have that option or that feature. Most of the time it's all soldered straight to the board. Right. It's on the board. You can't remove it and replace it. Generally speaking, the only things that you could really upgrade on a laptop or replace, well, I'll leave it at upgrade before I get to replace. But it's the RAM and the storage. That's pretty much what you're limited to upgrading on a laptop. Replacing, you can replace parts still, like the screen, the keyboard. It's becoming more and more difficult to do those because of how they assemble them. But you can still go through and replace all those components. Every component inside there you can replace, but you can't really upgrade anything else other than the RAM and the storage.
Right. Now there are, I bought an original framework laptop with a 11th gen Intel in it, and I've actually upgraded it twice.
Oh,
it now has a 13900HX, right? And the beauty part about that is the motherboard with the RAM and all that. It's in like a I found a 3D printed file and actually have it as like a little like media server. So pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty rare for you to come across a laptop that you can upgrade something other than the RAM and
Framework's
storage.
whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, that's Framework's whole thing. You can replace the keyboard, you can do this, you can swap it out. They now with they have the AMD ones with the upgradable GPUs. Actually, is what he's working on.
Yeah. I remember the Alienwares, they were doing that as well before Dell purchased them. Alienware was one of the few laptops you can upgrade graphics cards and CPUs inside the laptops. It was I actually owned one, and it was great.
They were chunky.
Yeah, they were chunky, but in my opinion, for somebody who wanted that feature, it was worth it. I think it was a GTX 760 is what I started out with, and I got up to the a 900 series card, like a 9070 or 970 GTX 970.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. I know Sheffy's here somewhere in one of the chats somewhere. Suggestions for an ultra portable laptop substitute built for gaming. I keep looking at a 4060 low profile GPUs in an ITX case, but would love other ideas. I know one. I have it right. Well, it's in the other room. Of course it is. I bought one of the minis forums, new Ryzen AI 395 Max. And I mean, it's 1080p. You're going to be traveling with it. You're not going to be running 4K at any kind of FPS, but I mean, it was $600 some, but got a plug-in, got a PC. I upgraded the RAM to 64 gigs just because, you know, a little bit of overclock on it on the DDR5 of it. Yeah. I mean,
what was that called?
It'll run a minis forum, the Ryzen AI Max 395.
I've never even seen these before.
Oh my God. What? Come on, man.
Get with the times, Ben. Is it
That's
these guys?
okay.
This looks like that's them.
Yep. Yeah, they're little bitty
AMD series.
Travelet. Oh, there's tons of them.
Oh boy.
I mean, the one I have is maybe four packs of playing cards stacked, you know, two on.
I just put the link to this in the chat. Y'all can browse it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them. But
they're kind of popular. Yeah, it's an all-in-one cooler, and see that you can replace the RAM in and upgrade it, storage as well, right? But the CPU and all that is like soldered on board, so they're great. And for a traveling thing, that would have been something like when I was a traveling chef. That is something I definitely would have taken with me instead of this stupid MSI gaming laptop that was a chungus. It was about the size of, you know, a small, you know, Fiat, you know.
That's what I have right now, is a gaming laptop for my mobility. And it's MSI. Same. It's kind of funny we selected the same one. Same brand. These are pretty
I mean,
cool.
They've been around for forever. Oh yeah, they're great. I mean, they have the other one that was popular is I think it's like a BD 790 something. It's like a Ryzen X3D like mini ITX board with the CPU on it, and you load it with laptop RAM. And funny enough, it's an I can't remember. I don't remember. I think it's an LG 2011 cooler that actually fits on that board. It's great. You put a SFX power supply on it, is it BD790i or something like that? It's an X3D board.
BD790i. This guy?
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's an X3D. Yep, BD790i.
That's pretty cool.
I should have bought it. I should have bought it when it was on sale. They had when they first came out, they were like $3.99 on Amazon, like lightning deal, and I was like, damn it.
Yeah, what are they priced at now? Oh, jeez. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But it's great though. That's what I'm saying. Though you can do a standard 120 cooler. I mean, they're perfect for an ITX build, X3D. Wendell loves those.
Add additional cooling to this or no?
Well, yeah. So the you can put whatever cooling you want on there. Okay. It's made for like a 120 mil fan that goes on top.
Okay.
And to be perfectly honest, it only runs at 72 watts.
Yeah, that would
for that X3D chip. Yeah, that's what I mean. You put a good static pressure 120 on there, I think you'd be fine.
Noctua. First thing that comes to mind. I don't know. Noctua is always the reliable static pressure fan. There's a lot of other brands out there that are pretty good too.
Yep, for sure.
Let's see here. Where did we leave off? The chat
but yes,
keeps moving.
It was Sheffy. But yeah,
okay.
The mobile, I would get one of those little mini forms. I mean, if you just want a game, right? I mean, I could see, if you're a chef, I'm assuming so. I think I saw that somewhere scrolling past one of the chats. But yeah, if you're a chef, hotels, that's what I'm saying. Plug it in the TV, HDMI, good to go. Bring your controller, little power brick. I mean, you can even put that in your carry-on. I wouldn't check that. Yeah.
I actually had this question a while back when somebody was a truck driver and he wanted to be able to set up the gaming computer in his truck. So when he's stopped at a rest stop and, the truck has a generator and it's running and it's fully powered in the cab, he just needed something small. And he wanted a desktop. He didn't want to do a laptop. And I was trying to come up with a solution. And my solution was a pretty small ITX build. I think it was in the... it was either one of the Leon Lee ITX cases or the Fractal design case. I think it was the newer Fractal design case. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it was their ITX case. That was like the smallest that I could go with putting a beefy enough card in there for what he wanted to do, which is, of course, Call of Duty on the road on PC, and he wanted to be able to stream, So it was, that was my solution, but I think Sheffy's looking for something smaller, so I do like your solution.
Yeah. And the new
I'll take a look at it.
Computex, at Computex, they had a bunch of those out for the Ryzen like AI Max, those 390 Max, 380s, 395s. I wanted to get the 370 because that was like a budget, I'm like, what's the cheap one? How's the cheap one run? Is it still, but
C9 Chef over in YouTube, which I think is Sheffy, says that he has that exact thing, the MSI, a huge MSI laptop right now.
I know the struggle, man.
Noctua.
Lugging that around along with the case of knives. Yeah, no, I'm good. My back just hurts talking about it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a big guy, so it takes a lot. But yeah, I got 3 daughters.
I am too, but
I'm
seriously,
one of them. But yeah, exactly. No, I get it. So
carry that. Oh yeah, Joe. Woo. Nope, I'll pass.
Icy Tech said he or she posted their build in the Discord chat. or in the Discord channel.
All right, look.
I think it's under show
All right,
off
I'm
your
going.
builds.
I'm going. I'm going.
Let's see. Do you want me to pull it up on the screen here? I can do that too.
Sure. Well, I can't see it. You're on it, but I
I
can
think
hear
it's
you.
Diddly
But I
Dilling
can look. Diddly dilly. All right, let's see. Oh, yep, white.
or Diddy Dillon. Sorry, all white. Went with the NZXT without even reading it. I could tell you it's the NZXT
Yep.
H6
The flow.
or
Is that a
H5.
6?
5. Or what numbers are they again? I don't remember.
I thought it was 7. And was the H7 flow?
Maybe it is. I might be wrong.
You know, but
H7 flow with the Aqua Elite V4 by Thermalright. Nice cooler.
mm-hmm.
And additional Thermalright fans. One thing I would do, unless those are reversed blades, Icy Tech, do you know if those intake on the side are reversed blades or not? Because I don't see the two on the bottom flipped around. I would make sure that those fans are intake. It's the H6, he says.
Okay.
I was right.
You were
The
right.
first time, and then I corrected myself. And then corrected myself.
See, you always should go with your first. Yeah, you should just go with your gut on the first.
And then
Okay,
recorrect.
just go with the gut. I'm corrected, and then I corrected myself on the first.
So bad.
It's
so bad
fine.
at this
It's
game.
fine.
He says, by the way, rated
Nah,
on a
You're fine.
0 out of 10. Let's go look at the specs.
99.
RTX
Okay.
RTX 5070 Eagle by Gigabyte, so that's how he got the white. That's a good decision if you're trying to go for an all-white build. The Gigabyte makes a
Yep.
really good white option for you that doesn't add on a super crazy white tax. Ryzen 9 9950X, great CPU. G-Skill 32 gigs, DDR5 at 6400 megahertz. What's the CL timings on those, on the RAM? If you don't mind putting that.
I'm gonna say it. I'm
Icy
gonna say
Tech
they're probably
36,
they're
32.
36 or 38. 36 or 38. If they're under 34, he paid a lot for those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
36. 36 would
That's
be
what
my
I'm thinking.
guess.
36. I'm saying 38. I'm going up higher.
Then a 4 terabyte SSD. It's a really good build. Great 1440p.
Yeah.
A lot of CPU horsepower there for maybe editing, if you do a lot of editing, I assume, with your name, Icy Tech.
Say-
CL36 or 34.
CL36.
He does.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah, I mean, as far as for gaming, absolutely. Any kind of video editing, content creation as well. You know,
Yep. He's got a streamer mixed in there, which is cool. That looks like the
I
Leon Lee
mean,
streamer.
yeah. Yeah. Or,
The
maybe.
RAM.
Yeah.
So if you haven't gotten the RAM to work, that might be an MSI center. The RGB is what I'm talking about. Looks like in the photo anyway, unless you intentionally made it rainbow on the RAM. Might be an MSI center problem for the Mystic Light. So I see it's an MSI motherboard.
Oh, okay. If it's a new X870 or an 870E, that is, you have to trust me. I'm looking at one right now. The new Mystic Light, they changed the controller on it, and it no longer, well, not yet, but it does not work with OpenRGB or Signal. So you actually have to download Mystic Light until somebody patches the controller for Open and Signal RGB.
Gotcha.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I was wondering about
Now,
that
however,
photo.
yeah, well, because the ARGB headers are all that way now.
Right.
However, if you have like an old school Razer Chroma RGB controller, that still works because it goes through USB 2.0. On
Yeah.
there, so.
Porcuslar, yes. If you put your PC in the Discord under the show off those builds or QA questions, we can go ahead and rate it for you.
Sure.
I think this is
You
Porcuslar.
froze on Twitch.
I
You
froze
froze
on
on
Twitch.
Twitch. Yeah.
Uh,
Hold on, let me refresh. Of course I get it. There's a commercial.
I don't have any dropped frames. Am I frozen over there on Twitch or YouTube?
Nope, you're all good on you. I got everything pulled up, Ben. All right, I got everything here, right? You're okay on YouTube. There we go. Now the Twitch
Roy
is back.
says we're good. So
It just must be me. It just
this
must be
is
me.
Porguslor, I
Dude.
believe, over here on Twitch, asking us to rate his build. And we've got a white... What tower is that? It almost looks like an older NZXT tower. It's a Cybertron PC case.
Yep.
It almost reminds me of that older NZXT case. We helped you repace the CPU in the past. Yeah, I do remember that.
What was that? A Cooler Master. It was a
Oh yeah, at the half.
that Cooler Master one.
Half
No.
was a lot bigger than that.
Yeah, that's about the size of his desk. What are you talking about? No, I got an orange one over there that's got a 3570K in it and a Z77. But yeah, it was an old Cooler Master case. I bought like a whole pallet of them and did like a whole retro build of it. So
Yeah. Well, it's a really nice build there. I'm just trying to get myself out of the way so we can see everybody.
don't worry about it.
Oh, I
Nobody
can
wants to
move
see my
this.
face. You know that. I
I can
told you.
move
You want to
this.
have viewers, not.
There we go. I can move
Oh my
you.
God. All right.
Crap, now I'm moving other stuff.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No, oh, gee. Lord.
And I don't have
Don't
the
worry,
snap
everybody. It's his
feature.
first time streaming.
I don't have the snap feature
You
enabled,
did?
so I can't
Oh my
snap it back.
We're fine. We're fine.
Okay.
Um,
AMD FX 8300. He's got Crucial
Yeah.
RAM 2 8 gig sticks, so 16 gigs. HyperX Fury 8 gig sticks. Those are two different speeds. The Crucial is at 1600 megahertz, and the HyperX is at 1866. This is DDR3. CL11. Don't know what the timing is on the other one. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 760 MSI card. That's still a capable-ish card for, I'll call it esports titles. So you can probably enjoy Valorant if it supports the driver. That's really what it's coming down to is, does it support the hardware now? Because a lot of older hardware at this age is starting to run into that threshold where apps or games are
support.
pushing back and saying, no, this is not going to run, or it requires, for example, Fortnite requires, or Valorant requires TPM. So they're starting to really push back on the older hardware now, even though it's capable of running it. 750 watt power supply, which looks like it's an EVGA power supply. Great power supply to probably last you another 5 years. Yeah, it's a older rig. I do miss building in these cases. Not really. I'm lying out loud. Put a wall plate. Right. Roy said to put a wall plate on this. You don't need one.
God. No.
Yeah, it's a good build.
Twitch. The Mad Smasher. Okay, I haven't bought a PC in about 10 years, but I'm looking to buy one that lasts me another 10 years. I'm looking at Red Team's offerings, and they seem to be getting 30 FPS less on DirectX 12. Is that correct, or am I looking at flawed data? What am I missing? I mean, 30 FPS less on DirectX. I mean, I don't believe so. How old is that data?
I guess what title are we looking at when you are looking for
that too?
looking at FPS? because it's going to be different in every game. So, for example, Call of Duty is going to perform different than Fortnite on different hardware. It's never going to perform the same across all games or all titles. Everything's going to perform differently. So, what is your primary title?
And
he's looking at videocardbenchmark.net.
yeah, I seen it. Okay. One, as far as I guess if you're doing gaming, or are you also going to do content creation in that? That's another thing. I would not look at Video Cards Benchmark whatsoever. Once again, that's a third-party site. Got to download a tool, and let's not go there. I would look. I mean, honestly, just gaming. You can't get better than an X3D chip. There's no. As of yet, there is none. Now, with that, there was a big debate back and forth of should you have Windows 10, should you have Windows 11, and that kind of went back and forth. But now that Windows 11 has updated their branch prediction for AMD, right? Intel's kind of running into that with their new Ultra CPUs, right? They took away their hyper-threading, which they kind of shot themselves on the foot with, unfortunately. But as far as production, it's still pretty good. But as far as for gaming, the branch prediction on AMD for Windows 11, nah. There's a reason why every tech tuber benches with a 9800X3D now to bottleneck a GPU or to see what your FPS is, because you can't, that stacked 3D V cache, you can't, you
can't beat it right now. There's nothing out there that can beat it.
No.
Within
Core Ultra, the E-cores? Okay, so what people don't know is the new Core Ultra actually has 3 cores. Okay? You have your power cores, you have your efficiency cores, and then if you actually get into the documentation, they have ultra low efficiency cores. So it's usually only like 3, right? And what those are kind of like running, what the ultra low efficiency cores are doing is what hyper-threading used to do, but Intel just made it on that, and that hosed the rest of their silicon with gaming in that, right? But as far as for production, yeah, you just don't.
Yeah,
Intel's good for production.
I've not. So let's put it this way: the Mad Masher. All the builds that I've done this year, I'd say 99% of them have been AMD CPU builds. And it's because the Intel 14th and 13th gen had issues, and then the Core Ultra series just they're not even there at the same level as the 9800X3D or any of the AMD 3D V-cache chips. They just can't compete within the gaming or when it comes down to gaming FPS. If you're looking for best performance, the 9800X3D is going to be the chip that you want. If you're looking for something with a little bit more CPU horsepower with that, you can look at the 9900X3D or the 9950X3D. But those are the CPUs that I would tell you to go buy, and that I would personally put in my system to game with or to do video editing with or anything really. Unfortunately, Intel just did not cross the line. They've fallen behind a little bit. I think it's because of all the issues that they had with the 14th and 13th gen. Kind of put a ripple effect on their production, in my opinion. Kind of screwed things up. And then, of course, the backlash from YouTube. They probably took a lot of money away. They went through some layoffs lately. They stopped providing free snacks in the
no coffee, no snack.
They're going through some cutbacks, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, they fired Pat, so he's gone. President's out. Is the thing. Yeah, but production. Honestly, if you're going to build one that's going to last you 10 years, another 10 years, I would do, and if you do gaming as well, but if you also do like some production, I would do I mean, if you're gonna go, you might as well go full out. 10-year build back in the day and a 10-year build now. I would do a 9950 X3D.
Yeah, that
and an X870.
The other thing
X870E board.
The longevity and the future proofing of the PC, so that you could upgrade. Let's say 5 years from now, you find yourself needing more horsepower. The AM5 socket, at least to my knowledge, is going to be around until 2028, and I assume it's going to be longer than that. But that's what I've seen people mention is 2028 minimum for the AM5 socket. So it's going to be something that's going to be at least around for another 3 or 4 years, in my opinion. And if you look at AM4 history, the socket AM4 has been around for how long?
I think it's going on 11 in September or even longer.
And
it's forever.
Still producing CPUs for that socket. So
another one just came out.
Yeah,
a couple months ago.
I don't understand why, but what was it, a 5500 X3D or something like that?
Okay, you want to? All right. So, do you know why the Micro Center has had the limited edition 5600 X3D and now the 7600? Right.
Yeah.
My AMD insider, explained it to me. Okay, so when the 5800 X3D came out, right, the quality in the bins didn't meet their specs to make it an 8-core CPU, 3D stacked V cache, but they still have all that stacked 3D V cache, right?
Right.
Well, there's still 6 cores that pass, right? So they just cut the cores down, and now if you actually rip the IHS off of it, it's a 5800 X3D or a 7800 X3D, right? It's just that the 2 of the cores have been disabled on it because it doesn't meet their spec, or it throws some error code on it.
I wonder if they're going to somebody's going to create some sort of firmware that fixes that and opens up the extra cores. So you can buy 7800 X3D at $250.
I mean, look, sure. I mean, lossless scaling's a thing, so you can get your frame gen on an older card. So hey, why not?
Yeah. Hey Reno, good evening. Just sending love. New to the channel, but I think your concept of your channel is awesome. Thank you, and welcome back.
Oh yeah, Reno's the marketing guy. Be nice to him.
All right, I'll be nice to Reno.
Okay, that's good.
And then Tad has a question over there on YouTube, I think.
Roy posted it everywhere.
Oh, did he?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure we saw it.
If a brand new 14900K is set to sync all cores, will that solve the issue with the CPU overvolting the boosted cores, or will the rest of the settings need to be adjusted? I mean, it's best. So the 13900KS that I have, I did an undervolt, right? Just because, power and trying to cool the thing. I mean, I had to hook the house air conditioner to it, but just trying to cool it, the undervolt and the sync all cores. And then I locked the cores at, I don't even remember what it was. I think it was 5.8 or something like that, all cores, right? And then the E cores are like at 4.6 or something like that, if I remember right, with an undervolt. But yeah,
I don't know off the top of my head.
Oh. But yeah, the of course updating the microcode in that.
Yeah.
I mean, I
that's
just
the important thing is if you have a 13th or 14th gen CPU, if you haven't done a BIOS update in the last year, you definitely want to do a BIOS update, which is also going to give you the microcode. I would say 2, actually. Yeah, even 2 years. Yeah.
I would say 2. If you haven't done a BIOS update in 2 years, yeah, because there was one. Well, we were talking earlier about the B580 I had that I switched out for the 9060. That B580 is in a 14700K that I got not too long ago. I posted it in the Discord a while ago. But yeah, that is a 14700K, and they just came out with a new BIOS for it on the 6th, I think.
Okay.
And that's a DDR4 board.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's a MSI D790 DDR4 boards.
So Roy says over on Twitch, the microcode update, all it does, once it spikes, drops the volt instantly, but it will spike again. It just drops it instantly again. That to me isn't a fix. It's just a band-aid, and that's exactly what it is. It's a band-aid, so they stop getting RMAs. Because they're bleeding money. They're bleeding money, is what they're doing.
Yeah,
they have a product that doesn't work right, and they're just bleeding money, so they have to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, hold on, let me look. There was a port. I was looking at that the other day because somebody that has Intel stock.
In my opinion, it's never going to be fixed. Like,
no, that is going to be a pain in the butt the whole time, and it's like a 13 or 14th gen. It's depend upon the silicone, right?
Yeah.
Or the silicon. Okay, so here's my tinfoil hat theory. I don't have my tinfoil hat working, but here's my tinfoil hat theory, right? So they're not just pumping those CPUs out, right? So the wafers in that have been produced a long time ago. I'm thinking that 13, 14 gen that's having the issues with it, I think those were the ones that were produced during COVID, when plants were shut down, and then you had to ramp up production, because that would, giving how manufacturing timelines work, that would be about when those wafers would have been produced, right? So, you know, the really early samples that all the, influencers and the first, gen of those CPUs, have not really had issues of it now. So
it comes to a flaw in the product, and it's never going to be fixed per se. It's just going to be band-aid.
Correct. And that's the bad thing about it, right?
It's crappy.
It is. And that's, it's just, bad, a bad manufacturing process.
Right. Roy, I mean, as long as you regulate the volts to what 1.35 and no higher, the boosting to 1.45 or 1.5, is that what was killing the CPUs?
Okay, so what was actually yes and no. So the actually on the wafer itself, whatever the process was on it, passed the QA over a certain amount of voltage, because Intel had to beat AMD in their numbers, right? So they were unlocking it, throwing 4,000 watts on this CPU. Okay, well, over time, when they were saying, you keep hearing about this, the silicon degradation over time. So over time, pushing that much voltage and that much wattage through that will start to deteriorate the actual wafer that's built on. And it's a band-aid. Okay, so you can do it, but once that's started, it's kind of like water erosion on a wafer. Okay, so there's going to be constant voltage running back and through the wafer. Okay, right. But once that has started degrading, like I said, it's like water. The Grand Canyon wasn't made overnight, but you got what you got now because a little trickle of water. So
it's a good metaphor to use.
Whether or not, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, if you have a bad wafer and it starts to degrade, just over time, eventually, that's going to be it. Also mindful for everybody flipping PCs. Look out for 13, 14 gen on Marketplace. Just saying. There's a reason they're on there.
I would avoid those. Personally.
I've seen read a couple of things about how even some 12th gen, which would have been the end of the run of some those are few and far between, but that's one of those, like, UFO sighting things where it's like, really, a 12th gen had degradation?
Yeah.
I got to read that.
Yeah, so funny enough, we're talking about the topic, but on the last build show, which was the troubleshooting that we did on Andrew's build, I don't know if you guys recall that, but that was it ended up being the CPU. So I did get logged back in there after I called him and was able to get logged back in and test, and we verified it was definitely the CPU. So I started the RMA process for that CPU, and that was a 14900K. But yeah, I've done many of them now, and many of them of which weren't builds that I even did. And these are people that, have done builds and didn't do the BIOS updates, and then they're now looking for some help on their PCs, and they don't know nobody really understands why it's doing what it's doing. And most of the symptoms are just instability, crashing, games won't open, games start playing, and then after a few minutes stop, they crash to the desktop or throw a weird error. Sometimes you get blue screens. It's kind of a mixture of symptoms that will pinpoint, so it's hard to say, yeah, it's the CPU, but really that's the first thing I look at when somebody tells me, hey, I have crashing, or I have blue screens, or I have something like that, and I have a 14900K, 13900K. If it's any of those CPUs, I just go straight to the CPU and start looking. And also I check to see if the BIOS was updated, and how, those are the type of questions that I ask. How long ago did you update the BIOS?
Yeah. I've never updated it.
That's usually the answer. And then usually that means, for sure, you're going to be looking at a CPU replacement. Roy says right. That's why I was saying to sync all cores brand new. It by theory shouldn't do it having 1400K to 5.9 gigahertz all core. If you stop it before it starts, shouldn't it not degrade?
No. If the wafer was bad to begin with,
it's still going to degrade over time.
No,
it might not do it as fast.
It will still degrade over. All CPUs degrade over time anyway. There's a reason why you don't see everybody still running 3770K. Okay. Is it just as fast? No, the silicone can't keep up with the new technology. But yeah, if that wafer's bad to begin with, just over time, it's just gonna degrade, right? Unfortunately. All right, Luke on YouTube. I just had the craziest odyssey trying to install a new RTX 3050 into a MSI B450 Ryzen build. Tried everything, DDU, uninstaller, safe mode, BIOS settings, multiple NVIDIA drivers, black screen. No handshake at startup, nothing wrong with the GPU, worked perfectly in safe mode. Crappy NVIDIA drivers. Yeah, welcome to like the last, I don't know.
I actually...
since 50 series came out.
I just worked on a PC, funny enough, with the same symptoms. Just black screen, that's all it would do. And he was thinking that his graphics card was dead, so he brought it in for me to test the card. I pulled the card out, put it in another system, and it worked fine. And I was like, well, it's not the card, so I put another card in his system, and it worked fine. And I'm like, well, it's not the computer. So then I put his card back into his system, and it worked fine. And then I did a DDU, display driver uninstaller, and then reinstalled the drivers, and it's been fine since. I even followed up with him like a week after he took it back, and he says, yeah, it's been great. So it was definitely an NVIDIA driver issue.
Bane of my existence here lately.
Recently, NVIDIA drivers have been pretty buggy. So.
And then it's like, then everybody was like, it's on 50 series, and I'm like, it goes back to 40 because that driver. That's why it was like somebody would ever call about my GPU are getting black screens.
Yeah.
You still got that 40? You still got the 4070? Yeah. Okay. Roll back to driver. 50. I think it was like 563.72 or something. I had it wrote down and on a post-it note on the computer because I was like, here, roll back to driver. Okay, thanks. And if it still does it, okay, then bring it in because it is a thing.
Yeah.
Oh God, is it? Oh.
Yeah, NVIDIA drivers recently have been a little buggy. And it's weird. You know, there's customers that I don't hear any problems about with pretty much the same exact hardware, and then others with the same hardware will have an issue. It's weird. It's random, almost.
Yeah,
I don't know what's creating the problem. Is I guess what I'm getting to, but I have seen that a couple times.
Well, it is the random aspects of different hardware configurations, right?
Yeah,
and that's another thing. Same time we were talking about the 400K with Roy. That's the other thing I was telling him about when you adopt new hardware, right? New drivers, new games are not going to be that. It's called, we still call it early adoption tax, right? You get the bugs with the benefits supposedly, but it ain't going to be all rainbows and sunshine because everybody is not. I mean, you can only plan for so many hardware configurations, right? Like the major hardware configs, but some AliExpress 6,000 megahertz RAM that you got for $4, right? We're not they're not going to pull that kind of stuff to test it on the hardware and make sure it's stable.
Yeah.
Right. You should not have. Yeah. That's exactly right. You should not upgrade to the recent drivers all the time. Same reason why you should not update your Windows Windows all the time.
Yeah.
Unless it's a security update.
That's actually a real thing in the enterprise level, or even small businesses today. When you're managing IT, that's actually something a lot of people do, is hold the deployment of Windows updates for a certain amount of time before it's deployed, or they'll deploy it to a test group. I'm forgetting the correct term for it, but basically it's a small group of people that gets the updates first to test to see if there's problems before it's deployed to the mass, before it's approved. Even though that's an older mentality, that's still a thing to this day, even on the Azure cloud. That's still Microsoft still makes it possible for you to control the updates because of that.
Yeah. So it's a good pause. We call them it's the guinea pig group. I don't know what the actual it's got a real name, but
the test subjects.
Well, yeah. Well, it's normally when an update pushes out like that, you usually send it to the people that have like a little bit of
pilot group. That's what it's called. Pilot group.
Yeah, it's a pilot group, but you send it to the people that have a little bit of tech knowledge, where it'd be like, okay, it's just this update, like this update's like borked, okay, so and it's not like, did you turn it off and turn it back on again? They do a little couple of steps of troubleshooting, and it'd be like, okay, yeah, this update's totally janked. So yeah, that is a thing.
Decline that one. Yeah, we control it in an environment without. If there isn't a Windows tool, we use an RMM tool, which is a remote management tool that's deployed as an agent, deployed to all endpoints, computers, servers in the environment. We can control the updates that way, which is simply just approving or declining the updates.
I always would do, lately, I would always deploy it in a VM first.
Yeah, a lot of people do that too. If you have a large server environment.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You don't want to deploy
it crashed the VM. That's not good. No.
And it just so happens to be an application server, and it's assigned to the website. And the website's down, and the application's down, and everybody's freaking out. Thankfully, or hopefully, you have a backup restore option. So.
Yeah. Did you have your save? Did you have restore points on? No. All right then.
Ant-Man had a couple of questions. He was asking about Max, my puppers over here. He's just chilling next to me, probably waiting for dinner because I haven't eaten yet either.
Absolutely.
Usually eats when I eat. Mike Thompson, aim for wins. I think Ant-Man had another question. He did. Can y'all check and see if the Peerless Assassin 120 can fit in my case? It's a Thermaltake AHT200. Pretty sure it can fit in
I
there.
think so. I think it fits up to a 170, and Peerless Assassin is 150.
It's tight, but you can fit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's
AH.
I think it. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, because if it's a PA 120, right, and not a Phantom Spirit, yes.
Scroll. It's not scrolling.
Oh no, we've broken the machine. It's not good.
Oh, I have to click.
Yeah.
What is going on with this website?
Welcome to Thermaltake.
Hey, Thermaltake. Here's. I
Bro,
want to scroll. Is this all that's there? That's all the specifications they're going to give me?
Yeah.
This is retarded. Sorry. And I can't scroll.
Yeah. Well, hold on.
But here,
Let
let's
me
give you
look
a
up
really nice
that
video.
old-
Now I've lost complete functionality.
Fabulous. You got the virus from Thermaltake and not a Willow Front website. What crashed it? Well, we were looking up PC cases. Wait, what?
I can scroll here. It's the website for sure.
Oh yeah, it's stupid. Here, manual. Side panel.
Oh, there we go.
Fan. There we go. CPU. Cool. A 170. Yep. So what I thought. Yes. Fits up to a MATX board.
So this
ITX,
one
MATX?
says clearance CPU cooler max
150.
150.
Yep, 150. So PA will not fit because it's a 157
Yeah.
for just the
I thought it
base.
would fit.
No. This is the ITX
It must
case,
be
not
the
the one
metal.
I was thinking of.
It might be this metal thingamabobber they got going here. Because I'm thinking the distance on the glass. So, Ant-Man,
Yeah, it's
it is
yeah,
not going to
that
fit.
slope there.
Will not fit.
No, but you can get the what is that
You could do a 240 millimeter in there.
You could. I would say you could go with an AIO. I'm trying to think of the they have the low profile one I've used before. It's got a single the 120 mini it's a 120 mini. There we go. Jesus, what the Lord. I've slept since then. That's what the problem is. So yeah, the 120 mini is like only like 135 millimeters tall. And I will put it in the Discord on the Q&A questions. Ta-da! All right, yeah. You know, you're not gonna cool you know, a 13900K or anything with that, but
Right.
I would say, I mean, I think the one I put it on was a 3900X. So, you know, that's still that old boy pulled some juice. So kept it under 80 or around 80. So, you know, it's fine. You know, like, you know, you're not going to do a, you know, like I said, 13900K, 1400K. So
There's a short version of the Assassin. Sadie says. Have one on a custom build, and it's very comparable on temps. Oh yeah.
Yeah. They have a. You're talking about the flat one, Sadie? The
I think it's I just recently saw
I
it.
can never remember the. Is it the? Are you talking about like the X47? Or is it the APX90? I can't remember which one it is. They do have the 120 though. They have an APX 120.
I thought they had a smaller Fearless Assassin.
Well, that's why I said the Mini. A Fearless Assassin 120 Mini.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying.
Yeah. I was just reading what Steve was saying. Sorry.
No. I got you. No.
What's the height on this?
What, the Mini? It's 135. The 120 Mini. Now, like I said, the APX 120 is probably like the low profile one. I mean, I don't have the catalog here with me. I got it somewhere.
So he should be able to do the 120 Mini, the Thermori Fearless Assassin Mini.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Because it's only 135 millimeters, and you can do up to 150 in that case, which would be more than enough. Because that's the benefit of. That's why they made the 1 Mini, so you could have like a low profile that actually will hand some kind of wattage, right? Because it's got the fan in the middle. It's got a 120 mil fan in the middle, right?
Yeah.
So it pulls air through the one tower and blows it through the other tower. So
it's just not as
good.
pretty
It also,
because it doesn't have the RGB lighting for the RGB folks
I mean,
out there.
look, I mean, on mine,
Personally, I don't mind
I moved the fans on the Phantom Spirit here.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to see, you spend the money on the nice RGB RAM. I want to see it. I don't want to have to be covered by a fan,
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
You probably didn't really
But
notice
you can
the
for sure
difference.
put
When you do
I-
that
but
and it's
you know what?
really close to the rear fan of the case, do you remove the rear fan so it has somewhere to push air, or do you just keep the fans bumped up to each other?
Okay, so, well, I got pics of the in that Montec case, right? So
Yeah.
you know me, I got to test everything, right? Because I'm like, hey, while we got it apart, let's do this. So I had the Phantom Spirit with the fans like you're supposed to, the one pushing through the tower, and then the one in the middle that pushes through, pulls and pushes through. And I ran it, and I did a Prime 95 for 10 minutes, right, to soak the pipes on it.
Yeah.
And it was doing maybe, I don't know, 74 was maybe the hottest it was getting on this 9800 X3D. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I did a mark, and I think it was, and the way I got it now, where I got the fan pulling through the first tower and the second fan pulling through the second tower, and then right out the back, it's real close to the back of the case. It's maybe like 2 inches clearance on it.
Yeah.
And 2 degrees.
Pretty tight.
I call that a margin of, no, I'm talking about 2 degrees difference on temps. I'm calling that a margin of error.
Yeah,
I didn't have
that's
the
what I meant.
ambient,
It's pretty tight. It's
I'm not a
gonna...
tech YouTuber, so I don't have the ambient temperature in the room. A certain.
You mean you didn't build a soundproof room?
No, I don't. Or what's that thing Linus has got where you control the environment and take it down to like 80 below or whatever it is? Yeah, no, I don't got a thermobaric.
Costs probably
chamber
10 grand an hour to use that thing.
I don't even want to know what kind of power that's got to pull. Just,
well, I'm just saying, like, I don't think he owns it. I think he leases it to use it. Or did they buy it?
No, he bought it.
Oh, geez,
no, he
I didn't
bought
know
that chamber.
Jeez.
Well, it was part of the whole labs. When he did the labs, it was about with the power tester and all that, and the the LT, going to LTX and taking the tour, I don't, I tried to get information out of Luke of like how much was labs. Like literally, he's like, I don't want to talk about it. And I'm like,
Let's just not talk about
he's
it.
like, we haven't made money on it. And well, and that's why, he's talked several times about like, that's why the PSU, reviews are AI generated, right? And, because the labs ain't making money. Well, the amount of money you spent, yeah. But I mean, I understand it'll make money eventually, testing equipment and actually putting out real reviews, right?
Yeah.
I get it. You got to spend money to make money, right? So, yeah. Well, you should know that.
Yeah.
You got to spend a little bit of money to make some money. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Unfortunately,
feel like
that's how it works.
more money goes out than comes in. It's weird how that works.
Look, I get it. Unfortunately, there's not enough coming in, but there's a plenty going out, right? So
Yeah.
I understand how that works. I understand it.
Mike, I saw him comment a couple times. I seen a pretty badass MSI case. I think that's when we were talking about the Thermaltake case. And then what else? Pink had a question over there on YouTube. What settings do you use for NVIDIA in the control panel? I mean, if you are looking for specific settings, I don't... It would have to be more of a specific question because there's going to be different settings for everything in the control panel. You can control a lot of stuff there. There isn't just a base few settings that we can recommend. It's really going to come down. What are you doing? What are you planning to do with the PC? And then that kind of starts getting into, hardware questions. So I guess if you want to provide a little bit more information on that question, we could try to answer it. But there isn't, just a simple, here's your settings that gets the best FPS for Call of Duty. Typically, I try to tell people just don't mess with those settings if they don't know what they're doing there, because you can make it so that applications stop working or start performing poorly if you're not careful about what you're changing. Your best friend, if you do want to start playing around with it, you can. Your best friend is going to be the reset button there at the top. I think it's at the top. It'll reset all the settings for you, so you can go back to square one. But definitely, probably a good idea to search some videos about what you're trying to change, do some research, learn it, and then go from there. Really, I don't know exactly what you want to change in the control panel, unless you want to specify. Let's see here. I've not given Twitch a lot of attention over here.
Oh, I'm keeping up on it.
Okay.
It's just Roy complaining about Intel. He's still Team Blue.
I'm sorry, Roy. I'm not against Intel. I don't hate Intel. I hate the CPU. I hate the product. I don't hate Intel. Intel number one.
That's hilarious. Oh, that reminds me. Some giant idiot asked in the Discord.
Yeah, I think there was
NVIDIA, the first U.S. company to hit $4 trillion. How do you guys think that will affect the gaming GPU production pricing? Okay, I've come to the conclusion after being at the show and seeing the reveal of the 50 series. Yeah, the best was when somebody played Rick rolling in the crowd as the thing was about to start. It was awesome. Anyway, I believe with the 50 series and then the 30 series COVID, that was the thing, and the GPU was you know what I mean? Yeah. But 40 series, when it was like, oh, okay, so you're still gonna be this with the prices. Okay, cool. And then 50 series, the reveal was like, and then especially when they, when it was like 50, 70, same performance as the 40,
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody caught it on stream, right? I don't know if they edited it out,
Definitely.
But I'm
did.
going to tell you right now, an eighth of the crowd went bullshit. It was literally like there's a whole section where it was like that's bullshit, okay? And I'm like, it's probably they're probably doing something more with AI frame gen. Wow, mysteriously, like 4 more slides in. Look at, oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's a 4090 with 800 more fake frames in there, and it was like, okay.
I think it was
sure.
you that sent me that picture of it in Discord at some point, or
yeah.
and it was before
Yeah.
it was
When
released.
I was there, I was sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, uh-huh.
And all I
Yep,
did
sure,
was just
yep,
laugh.
sure.
I'm like, yeah, 5070 or 5070 at 4090 performance. Yeah, right. 4090 performance for 5070 price. I forget what it actually said, but I just laughed. We all know it's such.
I mean, you're not the only
Such
one.
BS.
We were we were just like, it's just like bullshit. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no sugarcoating it. Yep.
Yep.
I just no.
Uh,
But yeah, it was.
yeah.
Oh, but as far as for GPU pricing, it's terrible, and unfortunately, NVIDIA has become the Apple of the computer parts industry. So whatever NVIDIA does, everybody follows suit. Case in point, 5060 Ti, 8 gig, 16 gig, only sent 16 gig samples to all the YouTubers, right? And they're like, where's the 8 gig? Why didn't I get the 8 gig? And they're like, oh, that's cool, Linus did videos and a couple did videos. They'd be like, AMD, don't mess this up. Well, guess what? You messed up.
They
Look,
do
a
it.
9060,
Yeah.
9060 XT, 16 gig.
They
Where's
should
the 8
have.
gig? You
They
didn't send
should
us
have.
to test the 8 gig.
Well, that's the thing is they have the 9060 XT, 16 and 8, right?
Well,
And they should have just named it the
that's what I got.
9060 non-XT and then the 9060 XT.
That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get. You did it on the 7000 series cards.
Right.
You had 7600. Cool. 7600 XT. Hey, that's got the. Well,
Different name.
but nope. But once again, NVIDIA led the pack. We're just following behind.
Yeah. I don't know.
Same with the pricing.
why.
No, I don't know either. I don't know either. I don't know. But unfortunately, that's,
It's frustrating.
I-
All we could do is
honestly,
try to tell people if they're looking at 9060 XTs that there's a difference between 8 gig and 16 and go to the 16 if you want a little bit more VRAM. So I guess it's our job to educate
especially if you're
people.
doing 1440p.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's and I understand why all the tech tubers and that were upset about it because yeah, like the search engine optimization is going to pull 16 gigabyte reviews when
Yep.
you look up that 9060 XT, right?
Yeah.
And everybody's going to go buy an 8 gig one because it's cheaper. It's like, oh my god, this is on sale. And then it's like,
Yeah.
oh no, it's the thing. And that's why all the influencers are like, this is bullshit because pardon my French.
They
but
know
it
what
is
game they're
bullshit.
playing.
Yeah, and that's just it. It's a Kansas City shuffle. You look left, but you go right. Right? It's exactly what it is. Hey, it's a 16 gig card. Look at all these. Yeah, it's raving reviews. Oh, you got the 8 gig card? Yeah, that don't perform the same as this one. I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right. Caden just joined the stream. Awesome channel, man. Thank you. And welcome. We do a lot of builds. This is actually the first Q&A we're doing. I'm sure there'll be more of them in the future as well. Penguin, I don't know if you'll see this, but I'm for up to $500. What's the best GPU I can get used? Thanks. I don't know if I fully understand. It was kind of chopped up into 2 lines, a little bit broken up there. But I don't know if you will see this, but I'm for up to $500. What's the best GPU? So I think he's saying his $500 is his the maximum he wants to spend. What's the best GPU he can get used? $500 could get you a 4080 if you really shop around.
4070 Super.
4070 Super
4070
for sure.
Super.
4070 Ti or 4070 Ti Super if you shop around. Like it's a buyer's market right now. 100% a buyer's market.
Pretty much, yeah.
So you just got to find a listing that has a 4070 Ti Super listed for $800 that's been sitting there for 8 weeks, and then go up to him and offer him $500, and he'll probably take it because it's been sitting there for 2 months.
Yep. They get antsy.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to shop around.
Don't be
shy to throw an offer out there. But don't,
that's what I tell everybody. The worst they're gonna say is no.
Yeah.
You can't shoot your shot if you don't.
I don't know, Roy. If you look around on the marketplace over here in Michigan, give it a look.
Oh. Yeah, you can
it's
find
bad.
Them. Yeah,
it is a buyer's market over here. I just saw, what was that PC we were just looking at? It was a Ryzen 5 7600 with an RTX 3080. It was $1,000, and it had a 2 terabyte SSD, a beautiful case, a great power. It was a pretty expensive build. Like if you try to build that new, it was probably more like $1,500, $1,600. But it wants Ryzen.
Right here. I got it right here. Right. Asus, NVIDIA RTX 4070 Super OC in white, $400.
He was making fun of me because I said 4080 at 500.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I scroll down here, here's a 4070 Ti for $400.
Yeah, 3080s are going for 300. Yeah, they're dropping like crazy. It's because cards aren't selling right now. They're just sitting. I was at Micro Center and they literally had every card that was made for the 5000 series and the 9000 series, AMD and NVIDIA. They're all there. They're all in stock. They're not selling.
Yeah, and the plethora of 3090s is just sitting there.
Yep.
Unfortunately. It's not a recession indicator. It's your pricing stupid indicator.
Yeah, people are not willing to pay what they, and it's not a super crazy performance boost. It's kind of like when NVIDIA released the 2080 Ti versus the 1080 Ti. It wasn't like a super crazy bump in performance, but there was a crazy price tag to it.
Nope. That's why a 1080 Ti is still going to be the GOAT for forever.
Yeah.
That card is still a beast.
Yeah.
1080.
And we thought those were expensive back then.
That's what's. I mean, to be honest, they were, but
Yeah.
That's one of those. I bought it, and 10 years later, I'm still using it. Cards, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally sitting over there with that 3770K on that Z77 board, and I guarantee if I load that up, give me a game for 1080. I don't know if it'll do too good Cyberpunk, but hey, we'll give it a whirl.
I mean, right now, instead of buying a 5090 at $3K, you can go buy a used car and sign up for DoorDash or something and make that $3K back in probably a couple months. It's
yeah.
Does the GPU do that? I guess maybe if you're streaming and you got a good sized following, maybe. But it just, I don't think it's gonna make you money at 5090.
No.
That's the way I look at it.
I looked at that, because we were talking about like upgrading and that, right? And I moved from the 7958 because I really don't need all that anymore, right? As far as that's what the server does, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it with the thing, and I was like, I just pretty much game now. So
Yeah.
I looked at that and I was like, should I? And I was debating and going, well, until I went to Micro Center and they had those. They had two 4090 Founders editions, 4080s, and then there's 47 Founders. So I was like, how much is the 40? Thanks.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you look at the price, at the difference between like a 4080 and a 5080,
it's not that big of a difference. To me, it's not worth the jump. That's my personal opinion as to why they've kind of they've plateaued on this sales drop, is because there's not a big enough change in performance between the two cards. Sure, maybe there's better DLSS,
and that's why a lot of you get more features with it, right? But there is a lot. I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot of the tech influencers now, especially Hardware Unboxed, they do a lot of price to performance, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's the matrix that people need to start looking at. Price to performance.
That's really good advice.
FPS
per dollar.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly. And and it makes sense when you start looking at those cards. You're like, okay, yeah. That's why I think as far as depending on what the price is, if when the 5070 Super comes out,
yeah,
right, and it's got
I think somebody was asking about the super cards earlier in the chat, and yes, they're coming. Yeah. They're probably coming out with all supers for probably at least the 5070, 5080, 59, or not the 5090. Probably not. They don't sell enough the 5090s as it is.
Yeah, they're sitting there anyway. So yeah, I was gonna say if a 5070 Ti Super is probably going to be too expensive, but I would say a 5070 Super, that would probably be the sweet spot, depending upon what they price it, right? Because it'll have more than enough VRAM. It's going to have over your 16 gigs. I think a 16 gigs of VRAM is your, for 1440p, you need 16 gigs.
Yeah. Somebody was mentioning in the YouTube chat earlier, Casey over on YouTube, you forgot the Meta 1080p build, Ryzen 5 3600 5700 XT combo. It's a good combo, although I think the Ryzen 5 3600 is starting to
it's getting a little long in the teeth.
Yeah, it's starting to slow down in titles, so I would definitely try to go Ryzen 5 5600 at least with the 56 or 5700 XT combo. That'll get you at least a little bit better CPU. You can still stream on a 5600 5600X if you wanted to push it.
Yeah.
Soldier Hard.
The 3600.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No. That used to be the build.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as for AM4, that is probably the most AM4 CPUs that I built with was 3600.
Yep.
It was a good little powerhouse CPU that ran games great. Now the only problem is it's still a good build, but you can't modern games and especially esports games really single core clocks, and that's why Intel was top dog for the longest time. They had the higher boost clocks, right? That single core higher clock in games until 3D V-Cache came out, and then it was like, all right, well, yeah, that's different. Somebody at AMD was like, okay, what do games actually use immediately, right? Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Soldier Hard over on Kick. Hey Ben, before I bite the bullet, can you take a look at my build to see if I should tweak it at all? Yes. If you want to drop it over on the Discord Q&A section, or you could just drop it in the chat already. There.
Well, is it? It's in the hardware chat. It's in hardware chat already.
Gotcha. We can do that.
I'm pulling it up. Let's see. 9600X, not a B850. I can tell you right now, you can save on your motherboard right there with a B850, unless it's like got I/O you want. You can go with a X670 right there. You can save on the board. Would go with like an X670 or a B650. You can do that too. 44Q. Those are good drives.
I think he was asking about that on the last stream, and I think we said something similar. But yeah, you could save some money. I think he wanted the PCIe Gen 5. Does that board have it? So I'll make sure. So not all B850s have it.
Right, and that's when, yeah, when you got a BA50, that's a manufacturer specific if it has PCI Gen 5? Okay. Now I can understand going with that board then and not up into the... Well, I would still look at an X670 or X670E because that's, that B850 is $211. You could probably find an X670 for $180, $190. They still got PCI Gen 5. You just have to dig at some specs, though.
Yeah, I think when he asked me on the last build stream / troubleshooting stream, he was asking about this, and my advice was if you want to have a little bit more future proofing on the board with PCIe 5, which is only going to be really for storage, it's really where it's going to make the difference. Then go with the B850 versus the B650. But if you're trying to squeeze pennies, the B650 is probably going to be your cheapest option. And if you don't need PCIe 5.0 in the future, let's go back to the list.
I mean,
Frozen Note,
if you need that,
if you need,
no. I would say if you need PCIe Gen 5, you're not going to need yeah. To me, that's like, what are you going to use this for? Gaming? Okay. PCIe Gen 5 ain't going to make diddly squat. Now, if you're doing video editing or something and you read-write a lot on the drive, Casey. I can see going with it.
Yeah. Yes, Casey, it's pretty much very similar to the whole B350, B450 debate versus the B550, X570 time. It is kind of the same thing where we're looking at, okay, well, there's a new generation of PCIe. Should you upgrade to it? If you're building a new PC, my advice is try to get a board that'll have it so you can support it in the future. Even if you don't start with a CPU that supports it, you would have that option as in the future without having to upgrade your motherboard. That's just my personal opinion on it. But if you are trying to squeeze some dollars there, save some money to get maybe a better graphics card, then that's where you can cut, is go to the B650, like the Gigabyte Gaming, or the Gigabyte B650 Gaming X AX V2 is a very good board, and I think you could get that for like $140 or $160, something like that. So you could save some dollar bills there if you don't need PCIe 5.0 in the future. The Ryzen 5 9600X, that's a great option to start with. It's a pretty good price. I don't remember. Soldier Heart, do you have a Micro Center nearby you? I can't remember. I asked that question to everybody, and then I have to re-ask it because I can't remember whether or not you said yes or no. 5 hours away? Yeah, gas prices probably wouldn't be worth the savings.
Nah, 5 hours? No.
That's a 10-hour round trip.
An hour, 2 hours? Yeah, 5 hours? No.
10 hours is what, depending on your vehicle, it's like 4 or 5 tanks of gas.
Well, yeah, depending on the vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, see, like my Micro Center, I don't know, how close is yours?
Mine's 30 minutes.
Then. Oh, see, mine's 90.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also in Atlanta, so most of that is traffic time. So.
yeah.
Literally, probably 30 minutes to get there, and then sitting out. I mean, honestly, if I could just cut the last, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
4 miles.
We don't know. Yeah, it's
If I could cut the last 4 miles off my micro center, that's pretty much 20 minutes right there. Just to get to the exit, because it's stop, go, stop, go, stop. Yeah. welcome to Atlanta.
It's the same thing downtown Detroit, but thankfully I'm outside the suburbs of Detroit, and the micro center is like right at the beginning of the suburbs of Detroit. So it's easy to get in and out without all that traffic. There's still a ton of traffic during certain times, like for example, there's still rush hour traffic, but I can get in and out of there pretty easily even during that time. There's a lot of different routes.
Yeah. For anybody listening, if you have a micro center within, I would probably say 90 minutes, right?
Probably worth it.
It is worth the drive. It is worth to drive if you're going to build a PC to go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, most of the combos that they have save you a couple $100. Well, there you go. 90 minutes, you know, I guess if you're driving a, semi truck or something,
yeah,
eating gas, but yeah, the amount of savings you would get not going there. And it's just like anything else. The reason why it's so cheap is because they buy in bulk, right?
Right.
The cases and cases of graphics cards. Oh, that was the other thing we were going to talk about don't get in this business. You don't make a whole lot of money on it because, there's not, you're not making bank of money on building custom PCs.
Piling the dollar bills on.
Yeah. So, a misnomer for those, and I know Ben has said it several times before on streams, there is not a lot of money in building the high-end gaming PCs, or even like budget ones, or even custom gaming PCs in general. I don't know. Everybody has this misconception, like, you're building a $2,500 gaming PC. You're thinking like the builder's getting $500 or whatever. No, sorry. I mean, I don't know what Ben's price structure is, but I know like on a new custom built gaming PC, maybe $140.
I'm wearing the original merch tonight to show you how much money I make. The original Empower logo from like 5 years ago.
I was gonna say that, but that's what I mean. It's a big misconception. Maybe, if you make $100 or $150 on a custom built PC, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty average, right? And we were, me and Ben were talking earlier about the pre-builds at Micro Center.
Yeah. The pre-builds are pretty good. Over at Micro, you can't compete with them when it comes to the price.
No, well, it's because they buy in bulk, and that's what I mean. When you buy things in bulk, it gets way cheaper, right? And there's a reason why there's Costco and Sam's, right?
Right.
Stuff in bulk is cheaper. Same thing with PC parts, right? You buy in bulk, it's cheaper.
Luke says PC builders should be better paid for their effort and expertise, whereas some giant idiot says over on Twitch, it's because you guys are not pushing them tech support membership packages.
No, that's not true. That's actually where you make your money. Services.
Yep, service is where you make the money.
Correct. Yeah, it's all cool custom building PCs, but there is no money in it, to be honest. If you think you can survive on that, no. And anybody that argues with me for that, and they'll point to somebody on YouTube, I'm like, they're making their money from YouTube and ads and AdSense and sponsors.
Casey Walls over on YouTube says, I disagree with the statement and say if you have certain skills, I think the SFF realm, small form factor, is a niche. So look up the smallest 4090 PC build that took lots of custom work. I think you disagree with which statement?
That money? Are you talking about money in building custom PCs? I would have to argue.
I think he's disagreeing with Luke in the chat, not us.
Oh, I was just gonna say, sell insurance like Best Buy. Hey, that's a service.
I don't know. I can't.
Would you like that?
Tell.
Would you like that extended warranty? Would you like your extended warranty?
Oh, Purgaslor wants us to rate his laptop over in the Discord.
Yeah, it's got a cat on it. I'm gonna go with a no.
Does it have a cat?
Yes. I looked at it a while ago.
This one here.
Nope, down. Keep going. There you go.
Hey, I found
Cat.
it. A lot of things come to mind that are probably not YouTube appropriate, so I'm going to leave it there.
Yep.
But it's definitely a
Just
nice
let it go.
warmer for your cat. Can't really tell what else is all there. Has an Intel Celeron N400. Oh, that is a CPU I've not seen in a while, and a 4 gigs of RAM soldered to the board. This is my crummy
buddy.
Chromebook. Gotcha. Is this your setup, Porgaslore? Your current setup? Walkie-talkie. That's cool.
I mean, a lot of
Got a flag going here.
like, yeah. C9 Chef says, have you seen the listings on Java that are literally copy pasted off Micro Center for an extra $200? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about.
We were talking about that earlier.
PC flippers. Yeah.
I was
Those are
actually
PC flippers.
I was joking with Mike here, and I was like, you know what? Why am I not doing that? Why am I not going to Micro Center, buying an already built PC, and then posting it on my website and flipping it for $100 without doing any of the work?
I mean,
there's
look,
room there for a margin.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, that's what it is. And if you actually look at some of those ones on Java, I don't really like Java. It was a bad experience for me. But if you look at some of those ones on Java, it is literally the Micro Center power spec builds. They literally took, aircraft remover and removed the power spec logo on the front and repainted it or put a new vinyl sticker over it.
Yeah.
And then when you were talking about
It's easy to do.
like parts, yeah, well, and then you were talking about the part where you got a heat gun, you can do it really good if you know what you're doing.
Well, I've got a few of those.
But yeah, exactly. Stupid tubing. But the I can't tell you the number of times I burnt myself.
Accidentally grabbed the heat gun at the top because it's falling over.
Yeah, but I guess that's the benefit of being a chef for so many years. I don't have a feeling in my fingers anymore.
Oh, it's a
Still
scanner.
grab, baked potatoes out of the oven. What gets me is some of those ones. If you look through it, it's hilarious to go through Java. It's like, here's all the parts for this, and it still has the Micro Center stickers on them.
Yep.
So what they're doing, a lot of those are what they're doing. They'll get the bundle at Micro Center, right? But then they'll list it for like the full retail price, and then like discount it like $80 or something.
I've got a stack of RAM kits here because I like the bundles, and then I get the RAM, which is CL36. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a big fan of the CL36 RAM that they bundle with their Ryzen CPUs. I like to try to use CL30. I try to use it when I can, when we can afford it in the budget. CL30 or lower, sometimes even CL28 if we can. So because of that, I have a stack of RAM here that I'm probably never going to use. DDR5.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is, if you do a lot of 7600 or 9600 builds, and they give you the single 16 stick.
Yep.
Eventually you can double up on some of that.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Just.
Loop over there
on
Kick has a question, but go ahead.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, I understand doing the the tighter timings like the CL30. 36 is a little, 34 is pushing it. I try and stay at 32 and 30.
Yeah.
30
is my target.
More, but
if we have the budget for 28, I'll try to get you there. Especially if it's somebody that's doing esports and wants the best performance possible.
Yeah.
Then we'll go 28.
Yeah.
Loop over.
Yeah. Well, and
sorry.
That's what I'm saying. And then again, that's just
I forget there's a delay.
questions and like, what do you play? What games you doing? What are you doing with this PC? That's all part of that questionnaire, and custom build sheets and that. So.
Yep. Loop over on Kick. I'm going to get to your question here. I'm about to do another build. I have a used EVGA PSU Smart 600 watt. Smart 600 watt, so I assume that's Thermaltake. Before I install the PSU, can I plug into a wall to check to see if it works? Will the fan come on or no? It won't work unless you have the... there's power supply testers out there, but all it is jumping 2 pins on the power supply to turn it on. And you could probably find a tutorial YouTube video on how to do that. Just be careful doing it. Or find yourself a power supply tester to test the power
they're
supply.
$10 on Amazon.
But it won't... Without...
They're $10 on Amazon, and it's little LED ones that tells you if it works or doesn't work. It's way better than trying to electrocute stuff.
I know I have the fancy Thermaltake one, which was like $60 or something, but... And I use that because I'm testing...
I got the Passmark one over there.
But you don't. That's all you would need is just a little tester that plugs into the 24 pin, and it will turn the power supply on, and you'll be able to see if it works or not.
Wait, I have one.
Or you could just install it on the motherboard. Yep, and test it and see if it works. But it won't turn on by itself because there's nothing telling the power supply to turn on. And that's what that jumper does, is it tells the power supply to power on.
No. Yeah, well, it needs to load. It needs to show a load. Here, this, right here.
Yep.
I think it was $12.
Yeah.
Amazon. It's a little LED. It says if your 12 volts working, your 5 volt rail, your 3.3 volt rail. It even does SATA. It even does the old Molex. Yeah.
Molex.
That's what I'm saying. $10. Yeah.
I always think every year Molex is going to die off, and then like Corsair comes out with a new product and it still has like Molex on it. It's like, why are we using Molex still?
Well, okay, so the problem with that, the reason why Molex is still sticking around is because of the power.
Yeah, I know.
So the perfect example of that
just give
is
me
like
SATAs.
that Razer Chroma. Oh yeah. Let's do a adapter. That always works out great.
Yeah, let's just adapt.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
Yeah, but it's just power draw. They need to. Well, that was kind of the neat thing for the 12 volt power supplies, and that's what Dell uses on all theirs. That's why Dell's 24 pin and the CPU power pin are all funky. They're actually 12 volt power supplies.
Yeah.
And if you look at most of the Dells, they're like platinum rated.
Yeah.
But they don't advertise that stuff. So.
No, they're actually pretty good power supplies.
Yep. And that's why they make adapters to those.
It's because, they're building them. Most of the PCs they're building are like office style PCs. So it's something they can advertise about efficiency for the office. Lower your electric bill in your office.
Well, yeah, they actually have those. If you actually go to their business line and look at it, they actually have a breakout of like, between 0 and 120 units draws this much wattage, and and then they'll be like, they'll actually. I've seen them when they do a breakout because Dell came for. They're one of the sponsors for the college here.
Right.
And they actually came and did a breakout of like, okay, you have, 45 seats in the lab. Okay, it's, if you do this, it's going to be this much in your wattage and this much is going to cost you a day to run it. It's, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
business owners want to see. It's how much money am I going to save by running a, this versus that, and they want those numbers. But Loop says, I'm building it while I'm watching the stream. This is my 5th build so far for another customer. Awesome. That's good to hear. Keep up the hustle, the side hustle. It's a fun little hustle.
Exactly.
It's fun. That's how I started, is just doing builds for people and friends of friends, and then eventually friends of friends became Facebook, or at the time Craigslist, and then Craigslist turned into Facebook Marketplace, which turned into building a website, and then somebody had the bright idea of telling me I should go on YouTube, and then that really stuck. Since then, I've just been building. It becomes a chore after a while, though. The amount of builds you do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but when it's just one person.
Yeah. So the year 2023, I did 730 something builds. I can't remember the exact number now off the top of my head. Usually it's up here on the stream, but that was a lot of builds. And it didn't come, slowly trickling in one, a couple per day. It was a week, no builds. And then all of a sudden I had 15 builds to do, and I had to do that within a short amount of time. And when it came around to the holidays, that was when it was really crazy.
Usually is.
There was a point in time before Christmas where I literally was standing there surrounded by boxes of builds that I had to do, piles of builds that I had to do, and I didn't want to do another build. I was like, please, not another one. Because there was just so many that we were doing. I was burnt out. That burned me out. So that was a lot.
Well, you're just doing it by yourself, though.
Yeah. I think during that time I probably should have got some hands to help. When it got that bad, I called my brothers. Thankfully, I'm second oldest of 9, and I have a couple of brothers, and they came over and helped me plow through it, and that really helped. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Doing it by yourself, that amount of and I'm surprised you're still doing it.
Yeah, I felt like Gundor calling to Rohan for aid. Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, light the fires, light the house on fire.
Climbing to the top of the boxes, trying to light the beacon.
The beacon's been lit. Calls for aid. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's when Mrs. Empower said I needed help. Not, physical help with the builds, but I needed mental help.
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean,
I was having a breakdown.
That's a strange. Well, I mean, that it's more predominant now. As far as for like mental strain and that, but that'll take a toll on you.
Yeah.
It used to be, you used to have to slave away and, you work a construction job and, you're tired from all the manual labor. Well, it mentally exhausting with trying to, you're like, wait, did I update that BIOS?
Yes.
And then checklists become a thing.
Yep. That is when I created a checklist for before I packaged a PC up. That is when I created that checklist, because I started second guessing myself and finding myself pulling PCs out of boxes to double check. And I'm like, this is retarded. So I started making a checklist, and then that became the process going forward. Because I couldn't remember.
Well, I can't remember. That was, I remember one of the very first remote tech support sessions I did was I built a PC for a guy that was in town looking for a PC, but he was going to be shipped overseas.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted a gaming PC, right? And he got he had the Intel chip, and he bought a 1080 Ti, right?
Mm-hmm.
An EVGA 1080 Ti.
Yeah.
So he had well, the thing was that there was no wired internet, so it was a Wi-Fi PCIe card.
Okay.
Just like a single slot PCIe Wi-Fi card. I forgot to install the driver. And he messaged me. He sent me an email.
There's
right?
no Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, he sent me an email and he goes, "Hey, I tried to connect the internet, but I got no internet." I'm like, "Well, you got to do the Wi-Fi. You got to connect to the Wi-Fi spot, because he was in the military."
Yeah.
I was like, "You got to connect to the Wi-Fi." He goes, "It's not even showing up on the computer," and I'm like, "Oh, brother." So I had to overnight him a USB drive with with the drivers and all that. You know, and I loaded every driver for that PC on that USB. I'm like, just in case I forgot something else, it's all on there. And then I made a batch script for it. I was like, here, just go here, right click it, run it as an administrator, and you're good. Run it as an admin, it'll do it all for you.
That's actually a really cool idea, is because I've ran into that also. Thankfully, it was somebody local, and they just brought it back for me, and I fixed the problem. It was a Wi-Fi driver problem. I forgot, I missed. It's pretty rare for me to miss now because I have that checklist, but back when it was crazy, I've done that before too. I've missed Wi-Fi drivers.
Yeah.
Or
the
the best one is where the Wi-Fi dies between it leaving here and it somehow getting there, and somehow the Wi-Fi card just dies unexplainably, with no explanation. It's just dead. I've had that happen
here
before
anymore. Too. Yeah. Well, here anymore, I've automated. I've automated, the checks. So it does a thank you AI. I plug it in on the network here and run a script that checks and makes sure the drivers are fine. The thing that gets missed most now is RGB lights.
Okay.
Like one of the plugs didn't get plugged or seated all the way, and and all the RGB's going off except for one fan, or or the AIO cooler, or the strip or something, right? Yeah. That's what gets missed. But anything like software, well, unless NVIDIA, when we were talking earlier about drivers just messing up, I did a black screen. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Loop over a kick.
Yeah, the SATA. Yeah, that SATA RGB plug. Yes, the stupid hubs.
Don't forget the RGB plug. Thank you, Roy. I will not forget it. I think I have the wrong ATX M3 standoff screws for mounting the ASRock 510M motherboard. They don't seem to set right to screw down the motherboard. If it's a micro ATX ASRock 510M micro ATX standoff screws bigger? No, it should be the same standoff screws.
Yeah, well, there are two different sizes. If it's a micro, they're probably M3s. Is what I'm thinking. More than likely.
The hardware should be with the case, right?
Well, once again, if you get a used case, that's not going to come with it, right? But I'm gonna tell you right now, save yourself
the screws
trouble.
Are going through the hole. What case are you working with?
Okay, yeah. What's the case? I bet you have the larger, and those are actually.
You got a used case.
Oh, hold on, I don't want.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta grab the.
It's a Musatex case.
I can't remember. Okay.
He says it's a Musatex
by the
case,
way,
and he has the M3 screws.
Yep. You need the M5s.
So you need the M5s.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you right now. Look at this. Best investment you'll ever have, right here.
I got
a whole pack of motherboard screws. Yeah. Well, this is just a small one I have.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying. This is $12 on Amazon. If you do a lot of PCs, there you go. It's your best friend.
Yep.
Because they have standoffs.
I don't know. How many times I've ran into I don't have the screw, and I did the same thing. I finally just bought a big thing of screws, and now I always have screws. And I do have a bucket. I'm talking 5-gallon bucket of computer screws.
Look, every shop has that. Okay. Okay, every shop has that. It's really bad. We have
a bucket.
It became like Well, no. We have one of those Rubbermaid 30-gallon totes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and it is 3/4 of the way full. It became almost like a I don't want to say like an internet meme. It almost became like a school mission to fill that thing. Right. So whenever we do a build or something, right, everybody like, throw the screws in. And I was like, I need to find a screw, and everybody would just kind of point. It's like sitting in the corner like a bad child. Like, go look in the bucket, you know.
But that was the problem I
If
was
you can't
having.
find
Is
it
you
in
can't
there-
find it in there very easily, and I'm streaming, so I need screws quicker
Yeah.
than going through a 5-gallon bucket of screws. So I finally
Well,
bought
look,
a
that's
sorter,
That's what your inventory guy's for. Here you go, sort this.
aka
The other bad,
one of my daughters,
yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, good luck with that.
12-year-old.
Good luck with that. You know, free labor. That's how that works. The other bad part about that is some of those cases. I think Gamdis and another one. They're M5 screw or M3 screws, but the pitch on them is different, so they won't thread or they'll fall in. That could be another option of that as well. So if you actually look like motherboard manufacturer, that's why every case comes with their hardware, right? So
Yeah. He's asking, does the micro case have to have standoff screws? I have regular M5 screws. Yes, every case has has to have the standoff because that's what raises the board. Right?
yeah,
I mean,
otherwise it'll short.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you shorten. I don't know what case it is. It's a Musitech case, he says. And I know most Musitech cases don't have any, like, I know some older cases had weird, like, metal standoffs built in that were like punch outs, but those didn't last very long because, people misthread screws, and then the whole case is destroyed at that point. So they didn't last long. So the standoffs are required, yes.
Yeah. And like I said, go on Amazon, get that thing of screws for $12. It'll save you the headache.
Yeah, you're better off just getting the right standoff for the case and just waiting on it, and just tell the customer it's not going to be done for another couple days. That's what I would do. And just be open and transparent to them. Just be like, hey, you gave me a use case with no standoffs. I need the standoffs in order to build it right, and you want it built right. That's what I would tell them.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you bring me a used case, right, and the hardware didn't come with it, granted, I have the hardware here, but, like in your situation, if you don't have it, just communicate and be like, hey, I need to order these screws because the case didn't come with it. And it's kind of important because, I can't just lay it in there because it'll ground on the back and short out. And that's what the standoffs are for.
Yeah.
Those are ground points for to mount your board down. So, yeah.
Definitely what I would do.
It's like, it's kind of important. Yeah, kind of important. Just communicate and be like, hey, look, dude, sorry, but not sorry. I just want to do it right the first time. You'd be surprised how long that goes away. It's like, I'm just trying to build this the right way and do this correct.
Steve said it, and this was a while ago. My dog woke up. I need to take him out. Casey, Zephyr 4070s are expensive AF, though. I think that's going off a conversation from there. Molex won't die, I think, from our earlier conversation. I don't.
It'll never die. I mean,
I wanted to,
not until they change.
Only because I've had a lot of problems with it in the past with cheap power supplies. It's just that connection that haunts me.
I mean, it is, it is for sure a pain in the butt. I mean,
the Mad Smasher just needs somebody to show up and say they have a shipping container full of screws. The one up the 5-gallon bucket. You guys are cute. I have a shipping container.
Oh, is that it? Is that all you got? Well, look at this.
I've been playing CS Source, listening to y'all for the past hour. Y'all are entertaining. Love the stream. Thank you, Caden. Thank you for the comment.
Yeah, but we tried to be. Well, I'm not. Ben is. I'm just here to hang out.
I don't know.
I'm looking through.
My goal is to make sure
that?
I can still make my girls laugh, and that's about all. That's my goal in life. Latest is the co-pilot in India. Oh, for the airliner. They shut off the fuel after takeoff. He obviously had enough. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know much about... I haven't been following that. But I knew that happened. Molex Centipedes for the win. Oh my gosh, the Molex Centipedes. What was the... My last Molex Centipede was... What case was that?
The Montec Air... The Montec Air 903? It has the Molex Centipede because it's just RGB fans. Not ARGB, just RGB.
Not the 903. It was the M3 or the M3 or the M1.
I know what you... Yeah, it's that Montec case. I can't think of what it is.
It's that $40 Montec case.
Yeah. Well, it's because
they have an inland
I built the
version
kids
of it
thing
now,
in
too.
that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So it got converted to the inland version for Micro Center.
Yeah, Micro Center bought it.
It's like these cases kind of suck, but we'll do it. We'll brand it for our own stuff. Slap the sticker on, you're good to go.
Here it is. The X1. I think the X3 also has it. Yeah, the X3 also has the Molex Centipede.
Yep, because they're RGB fans. Not ARGB, RGB.
Red.
The color
red, green, blue. That's it.
Yeah, what you see in all the pictures, that's the only colors it does.
Yep.
I'm looking back in the Discord. Andromasia. This price difference worth the money. All right, well, it's got two pre-built cyber power PCs. Let's see. Ryzen 7 8700F 32. So it's just a processor. Okay, if you have a dedicated GPU and you're not gaming off of the iGPU, I would just pop the money and go for the 9700X.
That's
you're gonna get a higher clock.
Where is that in Discord?
That is in the Q&A questions. It's pretty far up. It was like back at 10 o'clock. Or close to it. Yep, right there. White. You passed it. What are you doing?
I don't know what I'm doing this here.
It's the picture.
I got it. I got it.
You gotta walk them through, folks. You gotta walk them through. Oh, Jesus!
Not as old.
Don't even go there, man. Seriously.
It's also 11 o'clock at night. I haven't slammed any sort of caffeine other than the Coca-Cola that I'm currently drinking now.
I drank all my
one earlier.
coffee.
Yeah, I drink Coke Zero, no sugar. Didn't eat dinner yet. Okay.
Oh, well,
that'll do it. Cyberpower Gamer Supreme Desktop Ryzen 7 87. So what is the question on these? Is the price differential
is the money? Yeah. Okay. So do you want to pay the extra $180? Yeah, $180 for the 9700X over the 87F.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna say yes because that 8700F was don't get me wrong, it's a good CPU, but it doesn't have the same kind of clock speed. And like I said, the integrated GPU from the 8700F was built for, I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking about those mini forms boards that have the built-in CPU processor, right?
Yeah.
It was, I don't know, somebody at AMD was doing some kind of drugs when those came out. I never did really kind of figure out what.
I've never built with it.
I've put one in, and it was I put one in because it was because they were doing it was a retro build in an old Xbox case, like an OG Xbox case. So you couldn't put a GPU. Well, I mean, I could have put a GPU in there, but they just wanted to do the integrated. They wanted it was for like a home theater kind of PC thing.
Yeah.
So it just sat on the furniture and looked like an Xbox, but it was actually like their Plex server, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, maybe that's a use case for it.
Yeah, but
as
far as for gaming,
I would definitely go to the the Ryzen 7 9700X for the price, because you're gonna find out a couple years from now, you're gonna run into newer titles struggling on the 8700F, and the 9700X is not gonna have that as big of a, I guess, downfall in performance a couple years or 3 years from now. Let's say 3 to 5 years from now, the 8700F is going to look like today, like a Ryzen 3 4100 or Ryzen 3 versus a Ryzen 5 performance. So in my opinion, it's worth the money.
If the single core clock on the 9700X is faster, I'm more than sure. And if memory serves, I think it's got more L3 cache.
Oh yeah,
on the 9700X too.
Yeah.
So that for sure helps.
It definitely does.
Yeah.
I would be willing to bet CyberPower is getting the 8700F for basically free from AMD because they're trying to get rid of them.
Or they bought a pallet of them and they're trying to blow them out.
Yeah, I don't know why CyberPower would have bought these things.
Okay, so that's all right. Well, okay, here let's talk business retail. Okay. So when you go and order, like, let's say the 50 series is coming out.
Deal.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. So you want the 7700Xs, right? And the 9700Xs are coming out. Well, in order with that package, you got to take this 12 case pack of 8700Fs or whatever it is, right? But in order to get the ones you want, we're packaging these with it.
Mm-hmm.
And they're, that's just, and it being $180 cheaper, because I think that processor is, I don't know, I'm gonna say it's probably, I'm gonna say between the two, a 9700X is probably maybe 15-20% faster. Just overall, in general.
Mike, he does not work for Micro Center, and his name's Mike also. So Mike, meet Mike. That's on right. YouTube.
Mike's Mike.
He does not work for Micro Center. He had his own shop. Probably bigger than where I'm at right now in size, just to give you an idea. I'd say way bigger than where I was at. I don't have a retail store. So he's got way more years of experience than I do.
Yeah.
I guess that's where I was trying to go with it.
A little bit. We took the scenic route, but we got there. We're good.
I feel like I'm on that scenic route right now.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. That's how that works. But no, it was...
yes, he's very knowledgeable.
That's what happens when you've been around for forever. That's, you at least try to retain some stuff. That's how that works.
Steve Anderson says, I would take the 9900X or the 9950X cores in the future. Plus, those CPUs are has plenty of L3 cache. Yeah, but I mean, if you have a budget that he's trying to stay in, these are the two PCs that he's picked out at CyberPower, just as an example, or not an example, but I would definitely take the 9700X over the 87F for a gaming PC. I've not used the 8700F in any build. I think there's limitation
said,
with PCIe on that CPU as well. So if you're planning to like,
Right, because they got to allocate it for the iGPU in it.
yeah,
Because it's got the I don't remember. Is it the 750 or 780 or whatever iGPU is in there? But yeah, it allocates it for that because you got to use the compute unit cores. And just do the 9700X.
yeah. So if those were the two that we had to choose from, definitely the 9700X is what we would go with. And yes, it is worth the extra money.
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, if you got like a $1,500 budget, yeah, just spend a little extra and save yourself in the long run.
We got any other good questions out there?
I don't think I don't see any.
Meh over on Discord had a question. When did you build your first PC?
I was like, I know John had one in here. Where is he at?
Yeah.
Where is he at?
John.
When did you build?
I don't remember.
I've slept since then. So yeah. The year was 1876. Oh no. It was a very long time ago. It was a very long time ago. We're talking like original Apple back in the day where you actually had to put the microprocessors on the board, and yes, long time ago.
Yeah,
Very
true.
long time ago.
True.
If I remember right, it even had vacuum tubes in it. So
Oh,
yeah. We'll go. We're going back, way back.
that's
Yeah.
pretty far out there.
Yeah.
My first PC, my uncle, for my birthday, dropped off his old parts in a box, all disassembled. And I want to say it was a K7 AMD. Is that right?
What?
The CPU?
K7? As far as for what?
Yes. The Athlon K7.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Um,
That came right around 2000, right?
Yeah.
That stupid green logo. Oh man.
Yeah. Because they were trying to be green.
Yeah, but whatever.
This
and
was
it,
my first CPU. That's what I was building with, and I think
Was
that
it-
was Windows 2000. But I didn't have 2000. I had Windows Millennial. Millennial. Windows Millennium.
yeah,
Windows Millennium.
Windows Millennial.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Because I was poor, so I had
Jesus.
Windows Millennium. Now
would've
I
still
almost
been,
want to
you know,
say
yeah.
Millennial.
It's gonna be hard now not to. Windows ME.
Yes, Windows ME, which was right after Windows 98,
Windows ME.
and then Windows 2000 came out, and that was like the game changer. And then a little bit after that, it was Windows XP, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
But to give you an idea, it was Windows ME, which was Windows
Oh my God.
98 with a little bit of a media upgrade to it.
God, now you got me.
So that was
thinking.
like that was around 2000, year 2000. That was when I started.
Yeah, about 99, 2000. 99, 2000. Okay, let's see. So it's 98, 2000. 98,
I
2000.
think we got Mike stuck.
98, 2000, and I think it was me and then XP. Because it was
Long live
2000
the
and then
Mikes.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 98, and then me, and then it was XP. Because it was like 2000, and it was like, this is the Millennial Edition. Because it was the new Millennium, and it was like,
The Millennial
what the
Edition?
hell's 2000? I for sure think that's what that ME stood for. wasn't it?
Millennial.
I gotta look it up now. Same difference. Millennium, whatever. Millennium Edition?
Maybe it is. I don't know.
Millennium Edition. Windows Me.
Yeah. ME.
Came out in 2000. Right before the release of Windows XP, the longest stint. Yeah. Okay. I don't need to read anymore. Thanks. Millennium Edition. Yeah, it was
Or
like.
was it the
Millennium
upgraded
Edition, I'm
version
like,
of Windows 2000? That's what it was,
Yeah.
right? Like the
I
little
don't know
they
what
added
kind of
they
upgrade it
added
was.
like media, like a media package to
Oh,
Windows.
did that have
yeah.
Yeah, did that have the
Basically,
media,
it was the
Win-
Windows Vista version. It's basically what
Yes, exactly. We don't talk about Windows Vista,
it was. No,
okay?
we don't use the V word around
What's
here.
Nope. No, sir. No, sir. We do not mention that. We do not speak its name.
But DirectX 10.
Just that. You're gonna give me PTSD. Just
I think everybody struggled with
did
it.
I ever tell you what? Yeah. Oh God. Well, okay. So the bad part about that, I have to talk about it at the college, right? So it's a thing. But the bad part about that is they tried to do all the implementation for Windows 7. They trial run it in Vista,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it didn't work because everybody's running XP, and you could run that thing on a light bulb, and it'll run, right?
Yep.
It was terrible. It was, and that that's why everybody was like, "It's Windows 7," and everybody's like, "I ain't going to that." What do you mean it's got all these hardware requirements?
Yeah.
Forget that. I ain't doing that. XP runs just fine. There ain't nothing wrong with XP. I'm good. And then I can't even remember how many editions of Windows 7 there was. It was like Professional, Ultimate. I mean, every time you turn around, it was another. Hey, look, another Windows 7 edition. Well, what's this got in it? It's in a black box this time. That's all that's different. Pay us the $300 or whatever it is for the. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I was like,
You get
really?
a signed card by Bill Gates.
Steve Ballmer will come to your house and yell developers at you for 5 minutes. Oh my God. Yeah. But it's
That-
Windows 7 Ultimate Black
Ultimate.
Edition. What was Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Okay,
hope that answers your question, John, if you're still here listening or watching.
Ain't nobody listening to this. They all win. Nobody's listening. What are you talking about?
And we
We're
are
just yakking.
So Porgoslore had another question.
Yo.
When someone asks about laptops for non-gaming laptop cheap, I say use ThinkPad. What would you recommend? When
Oh
someone
yeah.
asks about
If you can
like-
find
Go
yeah,
ahead.
like a cheap laptop and you're not going to use it for gaming and you're just going to use it for like school or web browsing or nothing that's not gaming intensive, right?
Yeah,
I for sure would look for used business class laptops.
yeah, that's a great
They're-
way to do it. I used
They
to
are
I used to
probably
buy
the most.
I used to buy up a lot of Dell Latitudes and then sell those for home
Yep.
PCs or home, people that were going to school for, $150 because you could get them for so cheap.
I did that all the time. It was great because you just wipe them and
Yeah.
At the time you could swap out it's
battery.
like, well, it's pretty slow.
Well, yeah, the
RAM
batteries were,
or-
because
SSD.
well, it's because they were business deployed.
Yeah.
So they needed replacement parts like batteries, screens, keyboards,
Yep.
right? And then you could upgrade more RAM to it because they'd only put the bare minimum in there.
Yep. Yeah, the Dell Latitude was a great unit to target back when I was doing that type of stuff. And then I'd sell them as just regular home use, homework type style laptops. And
yeah, I did a lot of
they're great.
Lenovo's.
Yeah, Lenovo is another great one. Yep.
Yep, Dell's and Lenovo's was a thing, and then that's when I like to call the era of the Walmart special of the Toshibas.
Yeah. Remember those
You know,
HP
you-
laptops? What was it? The DV6000 that had the motherboard problems constantly.
Oh God!
The melting boards, basically. That's what I call them.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, pretty much.
I had
Yeah, that was the same time as those Toshiba laptops from Walmart,
Yeah.
right?
yeah.
And every time one would come in, they'd have like 15 antiviruses on it, because one wasn't enough. Because more's better. More is better. And no. Okay.
So we have AVG, or
I
Avast,
don't know where it is.
Norton,
Webroot. Yeah, Malwarebytes.
Malwarebytes.
Panda,
Panda,
Mongol, whatever.
yeah.
Yeah. I have
I don't know why I can't open a web browser anymore.
Yeah. Every time I load up, like these 15 pop-ups come up, and then I had a thing about the FBI said they locked my laptop. And that it was always the conversation of, oh God. And then we'd always have the conversation of, now I am going to go through here and clean
Avera,
this. Is
that's
there
what
any,
it was. Yep.
yeah.
Take a
Is there
seat.
any sensitive material on this laptop that I should be aware of?
Yeah.
No. And I'm like, I'm not talking about deleting your browsing history. I'm talking about any kind of like pictures or videos. Is there anything you need to like possibly take off of here? And then,
Yep.
and then if I got any kind of hesitation, it was usually, tell you what, how about I sell you a new SSD? It'll make this faster. Okay? And I'll put your old hard drive in like this container right here so you still have all your information. And I'll put you a new Windows install on it.
Oh
That
yeah,
sound
the
good?
external shell, so they can plug in
Yeah,
their
yeah.
old
The
PC.
hard, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. The old hard drive pages that just
Yeah.
plugged in. Yeah,
$5.
USB-A. Yeah, yeah. It was like, oh, you can do that? Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
It's magic.
Yeah, and then when you go from like a spinning drive to when SSDs were new, it was like, oh my God, this is like lightning fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Gen 5 drives now. It's click done. It was like, wow, this is well, there's not a platter to spin anymore. It's all electronic. It's a wonderful thing. Welcome to the future.
Welcome to solid state. The Loop over at Kick says the customer dropped off a brand new GPU. I never installed these cards before. It's I think 8. It's AISURIX. Have you ever heard of this? Acerix 580.
Acerix?
Oh, Acerix. That's from.
Yes.
They sell those on Amazon. Yeah, that's probably
Correct.
a 2084 version of the RX 580.
Correct. They are a. It's an RX 580.
Yep, just a
Right?
slightly slower
Yeah,
version of it.
Yeah, it only has 2048 streaming processors. It's not
Yeah.
a full.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
one of those AliExpress special RX 580s. And don't get me wrong, they are good. They're just
Yeah,
cut
they're
down.
fine. I was using them.
I mean,
I was using them for budget builds when I couldn't. when
budget,
graphics
man.
cards,
We talk about Bitcoin miner, man.
Or
Make some
Bitcoin.
money right over there. until the ASICs miner got built. Yeah,
Yeah.
dime a dozen on those bad boys.
And since I'm installing a new
That's-
i3 10th gen CPU, should I go with NVIDIA driver or AMD for the RX 580? So that's an AMD card. So you're going to want to go with the AMD Radeon drivers. So just go to the AMD website and then select the card. It's an RX 580. And just download the drivers there. Not the NVIDIA driver.
Yeah, go to AMD and go to the Windows driver installer, and it will search your hardware and give you the right
Or you can do
driver
that way.
for it. That's the easiest way, so you don't get the wrong one, because that,
No
that
problem.
is a little nuance between
Or-
one of those RX 580s and then a full one, because they have, like I said, it does have to cut down streaming processors. It has
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
2048 or whatever it is. So if you do put the non-cut down RX 580 driver on there, you will have, I wouldn't say instability issues, but your screen's gonna glitch and you might get some artifacting on it
I never had a
because
problem with
the
that.
full. Well, sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, right? It just depends on the board and the manufacturing that, but it'll look like you have some like artifacting on it, right? Because it's for whatever reason, however that board and the paths and all that are on there, it'll try and be like, hey, yeah, these stream processors should be here. Hey, wait, they're not here. Where's it going? What's going on?
Yeah.
I can't function like this. I don't have my toys, and then, yeah.
Just do
So,
the
yeah,
auto.
Just download the. Yeah. do
When
the
you go
auto
to the,
driver,
just type
hardware
in
check.
to Google AMD drivers. When you get to the site, there's going to be an auto selector option, and it will search the computer and download the right drivers. That'll be the easiest way to do it. You'll see it when you get to the website. It's right there at the top. Porcuslower says, if you go old enough in the ThinkPad, like you can even replace the CPU. Yeah, some of the older ThinkPads you could. Ben, can you go to the bottom of the QA thing in Discord? I think he has a question in there. Roy over on Twitch as
RAM
well.
topic.
Is it a hard process to use CPU for streaming and GPU for the actual game in a single PC? 12900K. Is it a hard process to use CPU for streaming and GPU for actual game? No, I think that's just a selection in the streaming app. You could change where the what it's utilizing. You could do that with editing apps too. For example, video editing apps. You can tell it, hey, do the encoding or the render with the GPU versus the CPU. So same thing with the streaming tool, OBS, as an example. You should be able to tell it what device to use, right?
Now I wonder if Roy was talking about the Intel QuickSync.
He says encoder use the CPU, so GPU don't take a big hit on single PC streaming, I guess was the better way to say it. So encoder.
Yes. Okay.
uses
So
CPU.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a selection.
So yeah. Well, actually, the Intel QuickSync will do it automatically if you have your streaming set up correctly. Like if you want to use the encoders on like a NVIDIA GPU, because I know Roy's a fanboy of NVIDIA. If you use the NVIDIA encoders on the GPU, Intel QuickSync will also help you encode for your streaming, and that's an automatic thing. As long as you keep your Intel driver up to date for its. Now I think they've bundled it in with the Arc XE Intel driver, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is, while I'm streaming, just to see GPU usage. I'm not gaming right now. I just pulled up my task manager to show some basic stuff here, but it's using a little bit, just to give you an idea.
Yeah.
I'm not gaming,
Not
I'm
bad.
just streaming. It's not too bad. That's why I was saying I think the 37
No.
Ti is probably fine. Just keeping that.
That's what I'm saying. So your GPU is gonna take most of the encoding
Yep.
for it, right? And if there's anything extra, it'll offload it to the Intel CPU for the QuickSync.
This is where my problem is the CPU and my memory usage. It gets up there.
I mean, it's a 5700X. I mean, come on, man.
told you.
You're asking a lot for those 16 threads. You're asking a lot for those 16 threads, dude.
If there was a rating on how efficient I was with my hardware, I'd have probably one of the highest ratings out there.
Top notch, buddy. Top
Full
notch.
usage. But I think I'm right now with Streamlabs, which is basically OBS. It's set up to use the encoder on the GPU.
Yeah, and that's where most of it defaults to, right? Unless you're doing like if you like have Jellyfin or Plex or something, and then you can do CPU encoding and that, but you can offload it to the GPU.
No, it's a good question. I think you still, because if you put the load on the card, you are gonna lose some FPS. But if you put too big of a load on your CPU, you're also gonna lose FPS if you're pegging it at 100%. So you can just play around with it and see which one gets you the best performance. It's gonna be different for every setup.
Hey, Roy. Yeah, you won't have that problem if you get an AMD CPU, because AMD now has what Intel has is QuickSync. Only it's it's the smart whatever. I can't even remember what it is. I'm just saying. Works well with your AMD GPU. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I think you should be fine with the 12900K, Roy.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man. Unless you're streaming in 4K, and then you got a bigger issue. But yeah, you're good.
Steve.
Here we go.
Go ahead.
Buy an AMD. Well, there's a street out front in there. Wow. Okay. Z's got a question. RAM topic. Why would / should anyone consider going to 6,000 megahertz CL30 for a 9800 X3D when they have 6400 megahertz CL32? Okay.
In that situation, I probably wouldn't move.
Nah.
Because
me neither.
30, 32, it's not that big of a difference. But if you were starting a brand new build and you had a decision to make of buying CL30 or CL32, I would definitely go to CL30. Because you're not replacing something, you're buying new.
Correct. So what you're trying to upgrade from between the two, they trade off on each other. So your 6000 CL30 is about where your sweet spot is. Now, when you go up to the 6400 mega transfers, right? But your timings get a little looser to go to CL32. Those pretty much trade back and forth. Yeah, you're getting the faster timings, or you're getting the faster, transfer speed, but you got looser timings, right? So they're just trading one another off. Now, if you go to like 7200 mega transfers and it's like CL32 or CL34, yes, that would be an upgrade path you want to look at.
Yeah.
When do you, John asks, when do you think 8 gigabytes of VRAM will be out of date for gaming? I mean, for 1080p, it's get close, but you can still do it. And I would agree. I do feel like it's already is, but
yeah.
I mean, you can still do it. I get it, but yeah.
It'll be a while. I know a lot of YouTubers out there are driving the fact that 8 gigs isn't enough, and I think that's BS in my opinion. I think 8 gigs of VRAM is still enough today, and I think it'll be a while before we see 8 gigs of VRAM not being enough. I'd say within the next 5 years. I mean, look how long. A good way of looking at it is to look back in history, and of course we can't predict the future, to a pinpoint. But if you look back and look at the GTX 1060 3 gig, look at how long that survived, and then look at the 1060 6 gig or the GTX 1660 6 gig, and look at those cards and look at how long they survive. Those ones are pretty much at the tail end. 6 gig cards. That if you have a 6 gig card, it's probably time to upgrade. And I know I still make budget PCs with those 6 gig cards, but it's not meant for Call of Duty. The PC is made for Sims 4 or maybe some Minecraft or some Roblox for a kid. That's really the design of that PC. And that's why you still see me build with those. It's not because it's a PC built to run Call of Duty. If you're playing Call of Duty, some of the AAA titles that are out today, 8 gigs is still enough in 1080p in my opinion. If you want better performance, obviously you're going to want more VRAM. Or if you want to better future-proof it, more VRAM. So I think it'll be a couple years, if not 3 to 5 years, before 8 gigs completely rolled out. Just my opinion.
Yeah. Like if you're playing esports titles, yes, right. I mean, nothing that's CPU. I know. I get it. Like I said, everything's still based upon like 1080p, and yeah. I pretty much, unless somebody specifically comes in looking for 1080p, it's 1440.
Yeah. 1440 is pretty much the standard now, and 8 gigs is where 8 gigs is going to struggle. 8 gigs of VRAM is going to struggle with 1440p. But if you're, just casually gaming and you're not trying to game at 1440p, 8 gigs is going to be enough for a while. It's definitely the new budget card. Is the 8 gig card. With that, or with what I do, I think it's fine. Oh yeah, you're fine for a while. I think he's talking about because he has an RTX 4060 in his rig, which is an 8 gig card. Also, what does VRAM do? It's just RAM for a GPU. Yeah, it's basically RAM for the graphics card. But so when you load up a game and it's got to load the textures, it's got in the game, it's basically got to put it somewhere. Just as a quick, version of what is VRAM, it's got to put it somewhere.
Yeah.
In order to utilize it in game.
Like Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah.
Like ultra max ray trace settings, right? The game will load like 8K textures, like ray tracing and all the shadows and all that, and all that's got to be stored somewhere, right? And close to the GPU, because that's actually what's rendering all that, right? So if you got like 12 gigs of VRAM on your card, right, it cruises right along and it's fine. However, if you only got 4 gigs of VRAM, the GPU it's choking off, and it's like needs to offload all that textures and data and that, and it's
offloading it back to system RAM or somewhere else where it can cache it, which is going to be a lot slower, take a lot longer to open and close.
Yeah.
As you're changing scenes and re-rendering things, so it's that's why less VRAM has poor performance now, or as we go.
Yeah, it's for sure.
Nerd alert.
But it's for sure. Probably the best analogy I could see is if you got to drain this swimming pool and you're trying to drink it with a straw.
Yep.
You got to drain this pool and you got a straw. Have at it.
Yeah.
I got all this water that's got to get out. Yeah. That's what you would call a bottleneck. All right. What we got?
Do I want to look at the general chat?
I mean, it's not bad. That's the Molex worm.
Yeah. All right. Where do we want to go?
I don't know. What questions have you not asked?
Drink faster.
Or answered? Yeah. Drink faster. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was in regards to the straw reference.
Exactly.
That's what the GPU is asking you to do, or asking the.
Yeah. Drink faster.
What's for dinner? Ant-Man asks. I actually don't know what's for dinner. Oop, I scrolled. Pause this chat. Let's see here. I'm not leaving AIM4 quietly, Steve Anderson says. Mike says, I got Windows 3.11 Pirates on floppy. XP, Windows 7, Windows Sacrifice Edition. Scarface did Sacrifice. Scarface Edition. That's just Ben's brain losing brain cells slowly.
Wow.
Linux laptop.
You need to eat.
Dell is good, Mike Thompson says. I agree with that. I think that was when we were talking about Dell laptops. I got 3 laptops just for work in automotive. Toughbook has lasted 8 years. Yeah, those Toughbooks are tough. And I do see a lot of automotive shops hold on to their Toughbooks for a ridiculous amount of time because they're expensive.
Correct.
They're not cheap. And they have usually, you know, just a couple of purposes, so it doesn't make it, you know, in a business world, it doesn't make sense to refresh those every year if they still work. So they do tend to stick around for a while.
Yeah.
Steve Anderson says, I use Brave browser. It has a built-in ad blocker that takes care of 90% of your problems. Yeah, Brave is actually, my daughter uses Brave, and I don't. I use Google Chrome, as you can see on the stream. But it's a pretty cool browser. I've used it a couple times. Mike says, I got a backdoor torrented copy. Oh yeah, of Cummins Insight that has engineering access. Yeah, you were telling me about that. That allows me to factory passwords off of ECUs. It normally costs a customer $500 at the dealer to remove the ECU password. Nice. Well, I'm not gonna go too much further into that because I don't recommend getting into trouble when you're downloading stuff. Drink faster. What's for dinner? I use Firefox and uBlock, I guess is what it's called. Origin.
Yep, uBlock Origin.
Yep.
You got to be careful though, because Chrome's been starting to shut that extension off.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, we disabled this extension. Now I want it on. Are you sure you want it on? Yeah, I don't want to see ads, dude. What the hell? I watched enough ads in my lifetime on TV where you couldn't skip it. Okay?
If anybody has any questions, you're welcome to drop them into the chat or
I'm rolling back here. Yeah, here it is. For a server like James, would it be better to get a used industrial server or just use your old PC? Most used old industrial servers I see are like 200 and it has no storage, but it has like 256 gigs of DDR4 and cores. So you want to make a home server to for your Steam library or something, I guess, perhaps.
Where was the question?
Roll up. It's further back. It's right above the. No, you're in the QA. It's a QA. It's right above the Jensen meme. Up.
Down or up?
Further. No. You
it.
scroll back.
I got it.
Go back, son. Go back. You're on a delay. I don't see you actually scrolling. I'm like, I don't see you scrolling yet, dude.
For a server like Games, would it be better to get a industrial server?
So unless you're gonna have 50 people on your Minecraft server, just use an old PC.
This is what I'm gonna suggest instead of an old server. Is an old Dell Precision workstation.
Yep.
This is what I would target if you're looking to grab something with a little more horsepower on the used marketplace. Let me switch over here. Fix the view. There we go. So just as an example, on used marketplace, you can find something with a Xeon or dual Xeon processor, because these are workstations. These are designed to be a workstation.
I think that's what he was trying to ask. Should he
Okay.
just use like an old, so like, I'm thinking, if he's got like an old 3570K or something,
Right.
right? Should he use that, or should he buy like one of these workstations?
Oh, he says here in the Twitch chat, what I see is Dell PowerEdge, which is definitely a server.
Yep. One of those big rolling ones. Now, if that's the mobile one that's on wheels, we have a couple of those at the college. I'm gonna tell you right now, just say no.
Yeah.
They're, I pretty much threw them in the scrap heap because parts for those, there's a reason why you see them used and cheap.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a reason why. Yeah, I don't need to look it up. I know exactly what it is.
These
I'm gonna tell you
Precisions,
right now.
you can get for pretty cheap, and they have a lot of horsepower in them still. These are
Yep.
reusable. That's what I would do if you're looking for like a server-style desktop with some massive beef for a cheap price. The Dell Precision, that's what I looked up. Orgaslar. Yeah, it's a rack server. I wouldn't bother with the rack server. It's just
No, it's a 1U rack PowerEdge single. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly what I thought it is. Yes, that's a no. One, you can't get CPUs for those anymore. Well, you can, but they're from China, but 9 times out of 10 they don't work. You can get one of those server motherboard combo things that they have with the same 2699 V3 on the 2066 socket, right? No, just no. Get one of these that Ben has pulled up, one of those Precision PowerEdge ones.
Yeah, you could still buy parts for them. You could still, you could add a graphics card to them if you wanted to use it for more than what you're using it for. You could still find replacement parts. They use some of those Dell servers actually use different power cords too. So that's another thing I was going to mention. And some of them have pretty insane power requirements, so be careful. Because, like, for example, a standard power strip might just pop when you try to run it.
Well, okay. The other thing is you're looking those. I mean, they're still going to be loud. Okay, so those Precision towers are still going to be loud because it is a server. But those racks are not made for in-home. Okay, the fans in those do not power down. They sound like a jet engine, and I'm going to guarantee you ain't putting this in a separate room with soundproofing. Okay. I'll link one of the Linus videos with what a server rack really sounds like, where it sounds like a jet engine. And he's like, we got soundproofing in here and you can still hear it in the office. Yeah, exactly. They do not get quiet. Those things are made for industrial workspaces where it's just a big room with a bunch of those things going off and AC on it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're loud.
Just get one of those little, those, those Precision PowerEdge ones with the Xenons, those are made for like a home server, right? And they're pretty readily available. The other thing is those ones with the 1U or 2U racks require ECC RAM. And last time I checked, nobody's really making DDR3 or DDR4 ECC RAM anymore.
Yeah.
And if they do, it's coming from China. And more than likely, it's been recycled and the chips have been replaced on some of those. It's not my first rodeo.
Thank you, Sadie.
I replaced a bunch of those. I replaced a bunch of those at the college.
Roy over at Twitch. Ben, if I wanted more airflow to replace my Montec stock case fans, what would be a actual upgrade? Go with more RPMs or better fan blade design, like Be Quiet fans? If you're going for airflow, maximum airflow, I'm always going to tell people for your desktop, just go with a Noctua industrial fan. Those things spin up and move air. The Noctua
You
industrial.
also need a secondary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need a secondary plug and power supply to power one of those, but yes, they will move some air. Also, it will take off a finger, so don't stick stuff in there. That's the reason why they come with metal grates. You can literally shave a carrot, it's a blender, all right? So it's,
Yeah, they're limited
It's
colors, Roy. So you're going to be limited to what color options are available.
We have
Usually
black
they're-
and black.
Black, brown, and I think there's a couple other options. IPP, Chef, yeah.
Yeah.
The IPP fans. IPP.
PPP. For honesty, if you want like fans, what you want to look for is honestly a lot of the fan manufacturers list their CFM, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you want to look for. How much air it actually moves.
Yeah, look at the
that
CFM.
can be
That's a good point.
yeah, how fast the fan spins and blade design, right? So
Yep.
you may have the worst blade design it is, but if it spins at 3,500 RPM, it's still going to move some air. You kind of want to balance of both, and then you also have to think of noise, right? That 3,000 RPM fan, that's going to be loud. It's going to move air, but
Roy says,
heaven forbid you got to read
oh,
the
so go with NZXT
text.
fans? Got it. I don't care. He says he doesn't care about sound. Well, I would say, I haven't found like the go-to RGB good fan, like top of the list. I know Leon Lee has some good fans,
You'll pay for them.
but you pay for them. They're expensive.
Like $40 a piece you pay for them.
Yep. Be Quiet's a pretty good brand. I do like them, but again, they're expensive.
All right. If I want a good fan that moves air and it's not going to cost me a car payment.
Be Quiet also has the controller. Yep.
Yeah. And especially if you're looking to move air, but you want RGB, man, it's kind of a crapshoot. But if it's not non-RGB, the Arctic P12 Maxes.
Yeah, the P12s are pretty good by Arctic.
The Max, if you get the Max.
Yep.
They have the thicker blade design. They move more air, or the P14s if you want 140s. But yeah. But if you need RGB, you got to dive into the sheets and look and see what moves the air and what speed. That's one of those lovely.
I love how Montec shows up here. Sponsored.
Hey, it's a sponsored thing. That's nice.
Arctic P12 Max.
P12 Max.
They're about
Yeah, they have
$15.
pros now too. Yeah. Well, those are the white ones.
Here's a 5-pack for $35.
Yep. You know what I mean? See if they got the Maxes on there. Or the pros. They're pros. Yeah. They're like something pro. E12 Pros.
Come with the RGBs.
Yep.
It's a Y cable splitter, so I assume it splits off from a single cable for RGB and PWM.
Yes. The other thing about fans is you have to, God, I mean, every PC component has like a niche area for things, right? So, you know, there are people that are, you got, people that are mechanical keyboard nerds, right? And then you got people that are fan nerds, right? So then you got, then it's like, oh, you got fans, but was it a rifle bearing? Is it a solid bearing? Is it maglev? What kind of, yeah, you can get in deep with a lot of PC parts.
Yeah, I'm not that big of a fan nerd. I know I like.
Me neither. Me neither. It's just one of those things that you kind
of.
If
it moves air, I'm happy with it. That's about where I'm at.
Does it move air? Yeah. So you got the blinky little lights. Yeah. How expensive is it? Yeah.
It says more power, less noise. I'm sold. No, I'm just kidding. Steve would be sold on this.
Yeah, I think they changed the
where's the
changed the blade pitch on it.
I'm trying to find. There we go.
Yeah, you probably if it's the original Montex, yeah, they're close to like 60. You want to do probably something that's like probably about 65. At least it's 60, yeah, 77.
These P12
the max, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Are 77. P12 Pro.
Yeah. Like I said, you want to probably do a 65 and above, like CFM movement.
I would take a look at these. I've always liked Arctix fans. I've liked a lot of Arctix products, to be honest. I'm a big fan of their fans.
Jesus. I like the Ring RGB. Well, then you're probably going to look at Be Quiet Light Wings 2, then. And you're going to pay some money for them, though.
Yeah, these RGB P12 Pros are $13 a piece.
Well, then why are you even asking about fans? Because you like the Ring RGB, so that's what you get.
Yeah, if you already have I do remember you purchasing those for the AIO. If you already have those, I would just go with the Be Quiet fans, to be honest, to match the rest of the case.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Do you worry about aesthetics, or you just want something that looks?
Oh, he likes
obviously
aesthetics.
The aesthetics. That's what I'm saying. So then get another set of fans to match. Because if you're going to throw something else in there, it's not going to look right. Because you're going to have light wings, and then you're going to have something else. Although they got them out there, I don't doubt that they have both. What are those thermal takes? The SWAD T, whatever they are, with the interchangeable fan hubs. Yeah.
AMD. I'm not an AMD fanboy by any means. It's just AMD makes a better product right now, for the record.
Yeah.
I would have Intel in my system. I don't even have the latest AMD CPU. I have previous gen, like previous gen.
He's like back 3 steps now.
Yeah.
Well, no, 2, because
that came down. That only came down to price.
Yeah.
At the time when I was putting my PC together, I upgraded from an FX 8350.
Yeah. We moved from an 8-core to another 8-core.
Yeah. I mean, it was technically a 4-core processor.
Hey,
it was
hey man.
I actually
It's a
got.
lot better than like a Athlon 2 or whatever it was.
I did actually get a check from AMD for that CPU when I bought that. During that lawsuit.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I was like, why am I
Sweet.
getting a check for like $1.50?
I got a what now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that.
Well, thanks for $1.50. I could barely buy a Coke. I mean,
Wow, this one. Yeah.
John over on YouTube. If I have an 8 GB card and want more, would it be more worth to upgrade a whole gen or just upgrade from like a 4060 to a 40 series that has 12 gigs or 16 gigabytes? I mean, if you go from a 4060 to a 4070, yes, that's an upgrade. But
Yeah.
with the
If you want to
4060,
jump a whole generation,
yeah, you
if
can-
you want to do a whole generation, it comes down to price
yeah.
and availability.
But if you go to from a 4060 to a 5060, that's barely going to be an upgrade. So I would say if you're going to do anything, go from a 4060 to a 4070 or a 5070 or something better if you're going to make that leap.
Yeah. Do a series of
Does
jump.
it have RGB?
And not
Austin
a-
says. Yeah, sorry.
Do a series up jump. So if you got a 60 card, go to a 70 card.
Yeah. That's what's going to be the upgrade for you. Austin says, does it have RGB? LOL. I think that was in regards to the fans. Truly, V334R. But Intel made so many, like 1.5B. Really a lot where sales close. I'm not sure where this comment's coming from. Mike's comment over on YouTube, just under Austin's. Maybe it was when we were talking about the precision, Dell Precisions. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
The channel cleaned out TR2K before they focus on TR3K. I'm not sure what you're referencing, Mike. Ant-Man, do water-cooled PSUs exist? I mean, I'm sure somewhere somebody's tried it.
They do. They do.
Yes, as transformers and power stations, except it's some form of liquid, something that is not water. I mean, you can use mineral oil, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Well, that's the whole submerged fish
Yeah.
tank thing.
I don't really want to play real money. I don't really want to pay. Which ones are free? I don't really. In data centers, power and cooling are separated. Yeah. What I meant by generation was like 50 series or even better AMD, John says. Just trying to catch up on the chat here. Just reading through it.
No, I got it.
Well, bad news for Be Quiet fans. They are less airflow than my Montech 52.3 CFM. Would you use a Would you use mayonnaise for the coolant? Could you use? No, absolutely not.
No, go watch Jay 2 Cents video. He used chocolate milk. See how that turned out.
That was
I
disgusting.
would not want to clean that.
Yeah.
Yes. I
Do
did
not use
when
mayo.
No, can't use mayo. Also, don't use vodka.
I think vodka would work, or I thought would.
It
What is it? Does it break
does
down?
not. Well, that's that whole video that Jay did.
You use vodka? I didn't watch the whole thing. I
Yeah.
do remember I remember seeing a blip of the milk when he was like pulling it apart. That was gross.
Yeah, I just cleaning that. It makes me sick.
It turns
I mean,
to a
how
solid.
would you not think? I mean, it's milk. They make cheese from milk. You add enough heat to it, it will curdle. I didn't It was great.
No, do not use Miracle Whip or tequila.
No.
Here, hold on. Let me
no.
take a shot from my open loop.
Hold on, let me do a pull from it. Thanks, man.
It's
No.
just pumping.
No, don't. Yeah, just it's like a beer tap. It's like I gotta refill the loop so the computer runs. Yeah, no. Now you can't.
Somebody's got a funnel
you
above
can't-
the computer, and you're sitting down at the bottom at the drain port.
Exactly. I mean, even with a D5 pump, it ain't gonna circulate Miracle Whip. Ain't no way. Maybe if you thin it out. Now, to be honest, a lot, unless they specifically ask for a particular coolant, I just use straight up
Distilled water. That is what I tell everybody to use, is distilled water. But everybody wants the fancy colors and this and that. And usually when people do
Yeah.
that, I tell them, well, we could just paint the tubes. But then you can't
Yeah.
see the liquid.
Well,
And I like to be able to
well,
see the
no,
liquid.
I get it. No, I get it. I understand with the, what was that chromium, like, immersion, looked like liquid marble or whatever it was. Anybody that does custom water cooling, that's a, okay, let's sit down and have a talk about what kind of upkeep you need to do.
Yeah, takes a lot.
What do you mean upkeep? Well,
This
Well,
loop
how-
that
how
I'm
do you
doing
do it?
right now is got we're doing the gold from shoot. I'll have to look it up. Hold on.
oh, EK?
No, it's
Is
not
that the
EK.
Oh, well, let's see, Bits, EK, Aqua Cool, or shoot, Alpha. Dang it! Why am I blanking? That's it. It's time to go to bed. It's game over.
I looked up the word gold and I forgot power supplies have the word gold in it. in my,
I like gold. Yeah.
80 plus gold. How come I can't type all of a sudden?
Well, it's because you haven't eaten or slept.
Liquid. Let's spell liquid.
Wow. Okay.
It's time to go to bed.
Well, it is after midnight.
Okay, let me just get up and grab the damn thing because I'm stupid. But I can't bring my headset.
Well, you can get up and walk away. It's fine. What, Primo Chill?
Promo-
Primo Chill?
Promo
Is it Primo
Chill.
Chill? That's the one I was trying to think of.
Promo chill.
Promo, whatever. Primo, promo, whatever.
Primo. Promo chill. So this
Same
stuff.
difference. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a no.
Why isn't it in my let me look it up.
I thought it's Primo Chill. Isn't it Primo?
It is. It's Primo. Primo chill.
Let's win it.
I said promo.
Yeah. Okay. Chat. Run it back. Run the tape. Where's the tape? Run the tape back.
Don't have to. I already know him. This is what we're putting in there. Candy gold.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No.
So this is the stuff that he's talking about that typically we don't like to use because of the maintenance behind it. It is cool looking, but about every 6 months you need to drain the loop. You can't really
Right.
let it go longer. Drain it and refill it.
Yeah.
But in this case,
Yep. I don't.
Mr. Mike, who I'm building for, is going to have me come out and do it anyway. So, at least that's what he said.
Well, there. Well,
Also-
there you go.
I'm trying to make it as easy as possible to drain this loop. So I've got a fill port and a drain port at the bottom of the loop. The problem is the liquid gets stuck. Is going to get stuck. I already know this in the CPU block and the GPU block. It's because it's a vertical GPU. So the liquid's just going to get stuck
Then
there.
we need to talk about vacuum filling a custom water cooled loop. Then
I mean, I've used air pressure to push it out. That was actually something I learned from Jace 2 Cents. I've tried it.
Yeah,
It
air works really good, but you can get just a little small vacuum pump off of Amazon for like $30. I never fill a custom water loop again with the squeezy bottle. Fill the thing, let it run. Squeezy bottle, fill the thing. Nope. You build the pressure in it. Big old 5-gallon bucket with the gone, done.
Yeah. I know that's how you have to fill some really fancy cars with their coolant.
Yeah. A lot of new cars now, you can't even. There's no oil plug to change. You got to pump out the oil and pump it back in. You got to pretty much vacuum out the oil. What the hell car was that? It was like a new Genesis or whatever it was. I was like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, you vacuum out the oil and then you pump it back in. I'm like, okay. What about the filter? Oh, it's just this little cartridge thing right here. And I'm like,
I'll be honest with you, I just don't do enough open loops to bother with that. I do have a setup to run cleaner through radiators and things. Like a fish tank loop is basically what I call it, because it's got like a fish tank pump and it just cycles the liquid through it. That's all you need.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I do have that, and I run that on the radiators before I install them, and usually blocks as well. But because you want a clean loop, you don't want any type of bacteria in the loop before you.
Yeah, well, I guess it really depends on how
sediments.
long the loop has sat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess, like I said, I guess it depends on how long the loop has sat. But, I try and get a good measurement of like how much fluid is in there, right? And then I use a mixture of like distilled water and muriatic acid and let it run in the loop for a certain amount of time. And the amount of stuff that comes out of it is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah. Gets pretty nasty over time.
It does. Very much so.
Roy says, well, Ben, NZXT has everything I need. I just wish I didn't have to buy a controller to run them. And they're very limited controllers, so if you read about their controllers, it's limited to like 3 fans per per lane, I think it is, or whatever they call them. So there's a limit on how many fans you can plug into a controller, which means you can have multiple controllers in there. I don't know if that's changed since I've complained about it the last
time.
Probably not. Because they want you to buy more controllers. Buy more controllers from us.
Probably not. Roy, look at Corsair IQ Link.
Corsair's pretty good too. I built with them here. I'm just not a big fan of the IQ software. It has issues. Its own issues.
I mean,
it works when it works.
They all have issues.
And then there's a lot of times when you have weird problems and it can get frustrating. Okay. Ant-Man, how long will AM4 last at this rate, and how to tell how long my PC will last? I use it every day for hours at a time. Well, I mean, if you're asking about hardware longevity, right? I think that's what he's asking about.
I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah, well, I'm like an estimate. Is it gonna last 5 years?
We can't predict the future.
That is not an answer that either one of us can give. That depends on your environment, your use case scenario, what programs you run, what kind of hardware it was it new, was it used, what, is there a lot of moisture in your atmosphere? Do you have a pet? Do you smoke? I mean, yeah, you want a list? I could probably go for 5 hours. Too many variables to add to that equation, unfortunately.
Yep. And how long will AM4 last?
forever. It seems like.
Yeah, it seems like forever, but we can't predict the future, obviously. I think it's a platform that'll stick around for a while longer, at least a few more years. We'll probably still see it on the used marketplace.
AM4 is going to stick around until AMD runs out of PGA pins.
That might be a while.
Correct.
And even that on the used market is probably still going to be widely available because they sold so many.
Oh, that's just it. The saturation of those, the CPUs, and it's a lot. I mean, and just the sheer amount of sales that they've had for that platform over 10 years.
So many out there. So it'll be a platform that'll feel like it never dies, kind of like the fourth gen Intel. Still today, I see them.
Yeah.
Loop over.
Speaking of the devil, there's one right over there.
I think I have one in here too.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a couple.
Look, I mean, that's kind of like it's just like a 1080 Ti. I'm gonna have that card for forever.
I wish I never got rid of mine.
I guarantee you, I still have that. I got the EVGA one, and I'm not touching that one because that's the Kingpin one. But that Strix, that 1080 Strix, yeah, like I said, that's in the build over there with that 3570K and that Z77.
Yep.
That thing's still a beast. It's a chunk away. It's got Windows 11 on it. That's just fine.
Loop over on Kick. I like the Game Diaz cases. Gam Diaz. I think that's how you pronounce it. I do know what brand you're talking about. Micro Center carries them. I see them on Newegg. They're on Amazon too. They're pretty. They're nice budget cases.
I mean, those, the Bondtech, for sure the Okonos ones, or Okonos, or I don't know what you say, but yeah, those are all good budget cases. And then when Thermalright produces their cases, be on the lookout for them babies.
This is
they're very nice.
Budget cases. The GC1, very budgety. Doesn't even have a basement for the power supply. It's got the mesh,
the Molex worm.
Yeah,
got a big old Molex worm.
Yeah.
Where do I plug it in at? In the back. With all these other ones? Yes. Are you sure? Trust me. Is this going to start a fire?
Probably. Probably. Yes.
Is that on us? No, they signed a waiver. What? Yep, that's the basement PSU cable management. Nah. That is circa 2015 cable management. Cables hanging everywhere. We're with about a half an inch of clearance behind that back panel. That is it.
Yep. Steve Anderson, the 9070 XT goes up against the RTX 4080 pretty good. Yeah, it's a solid card.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's quite the same performance, but it's does a pretty good job at trying.
Well, okay, so the bad part about new generational cards is, and that's why I've kind of like Steve and them on Hardware Unboxed, because they do rasterization performance, no DLS bull crap, just what's the hardware against this hardware? That's it. No upscale, unless it's a game they run and it automatically does upscaling, right? Yeah. Generational, okay, this hardware runs this. Let's compare it to this other hardware we ran where it ran this, right? But the only bad part about that is every time a new card comes out, I've helped a few do testing for benches because, new driver comes out, might change the way the game runs now, which usually sometimes does, but it's, terrible. That's why you always hear all the YouTubers complain about, like, new card comes out, it's new card release season, yay!
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Because, like 50 series came out, right? All right, 5090, cool. Then you got to run every card that's in your list. Like I've been to the Gamers Nexus, you know, I've been to the site, I've seen it, right? He has two dudes that's all they do is just test GPUs, especially when there's a new release, for like 4 days straight of the 26 game suite that he does, because whatever new GPU is out, you know, it's got a press release driver or maybe whatever, you know, under your NDA, but then he's got to test every other GPU that's on the list because new drivers have updated. They might have made improvements on it, right? I don't want that. That, you know, it's not a full-time job. Forget that.
Yeah.
That's where you would be like when you had all those PCs to build and you're like, I don't want to build PCs anymore. I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
Just
You
how that
hit that
went. It's like, I
plateau.
don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, it's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Can I go home now? You know?
Yep.
Oh, wait, I am home. Damn it. You know, and yeah, that's just how that works. Yeah, unfortunately.
We're gonna answer a couple more questions and probably call it a night because we're just hitting midnight here, and we've been going since what, 8:20 p.m. Eastern. It's getting pretty late for all
Almost
of us.
4 hours, baby.
I think that's pretty good.
It's almost 4 hours, baby. We got 5 more minutes till 4 hours. Woo, wait till the ball drops. Oh.
But Porger's Floor over on Twitch asked, what would be the best upgrade for my PC? And he's the one with the AMD FX 8320, I think it was, or 80 something, DDR3 setup. So I think the best thing for you to do is to get to a new, at least an AM4 platform.
Platform upgrade.
Yeah.
Platform upgrade.
There's not much more you can do at that point except for just do the platform upgrade.
Not to mention that hardware for that is no longer being produced, so everything you're going to buy is used, and then that comes with a caveat of why are you selling it?
Yeah.
Does it still work?
Yep. It's
Unfortunately, yeah.
the age is catching up with it, so it's time to jump to the new platform.
Pretty much. At least AM4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's been going
You
for
could
10
get on
years, so, you know.
AM4 for pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, brand new AM4 even still.
I keep forgetting you're over in Alaska. It's 8 p.m. over there. Nice. And you, question from Loop over on Kick was 5 years from now, no GPU needed? CPU only.
I mean, that's...
It's very feasible.
I don't know if you were here earlier. Yeah, well, we were talking earlier about the small form factor of those mini forms.
Yep.
With the new Ryzen AI chips in it, like the 380 and the 395 Max. Yeah, those will game over 60 FPS. And if you do a slight overclock on like the one I have, you can get 90 with like a little faster DDR5 RAM overclock. No GPU, and it's the size of 4, card boxes,
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely something that we could see more of in the future for sure. I'd say sooner than 5 years probably. I mean, just look at like Mike's saying here, just take a look at some of those Nooks. There's a lot of them out there. I know I'm not really into that scene because I'm building desktops, but I do know there's a lot of them out there that have some pretty good horsepower that you could game on already. It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Feel free
to start.
Yeah, feel free to reach out on the Discord and ask. I do quite a bit of that stuff. Especially now, I got lots of time on my hands.
Yes, you would be better off going to the AM4 with the GTX 760. Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
And then you can upgrade the card next.
Yep.
And then upgrade your storage to, I don't know if you had an SSD or not. I can't remember.
Maybe. I would think so. I think it'd be.
I would assume you have an SSD, or you would be pulling your hair out.
binning media on a on your OS. Well, I guess if you're running Linux, it wouldn't be so bad.
I do have the problem with Windows 10, which ends support in November. Yeah, it's more of a reason to consider upgrading the platform.
I mean, it's ending support.
Yeah, you can
not
still
gonna
use
not
it. It's
work
not going to not
anymore.
work, yeah. But
It just won't get security update patches.
yeah,
However, they still will update drivers and that for it because there's so many editions of it.
yeah,
Just recently, Windows 11 has bypassed
still
Windows 10, so yeah, security-wise. And then I don't doubt, the Windows community for Windows 10 is so large. I don't doubt that there might be like a GitHub repository for security updates for it. I mean, people still make Windows XP updates, right? Because there's still stuff running on XP.
Steve Anderson said you
God,
can
I don't
upgrade to
know why.
Linux, which is an option
What
if you wanted to. But I mean,
Yeah.
you could.
I suggest if you want something that's Windows adjacent and something like Steam OS, go with Bazai.
Yeah.
For somebody that's never ever touched Linux, I would go with Bazai and do the KDE install instead of GNOME. If you want more of an Apple kind of ecosystem, do the GNOME install when you do the USB installation media. Otherwise, KDE is more Windows. Wow, it's like I teach this or something. Shocker.
I still get called back to my edumacator who helped me with A+. He still brings me back to the class to talk about stuff to the current students. It's pretty cool. And
Yeah.
we get into a lot
It's,
of rabbit holes. Or
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah. Well,
when we're talking.
yeah. Whenever I gotta go fill in an adjunct, that usually means like not the lead instructor's out, but one of the other ones is out, and I'll fill in. And it depends. Sometimes, like if I go, if it's like if they go to a conference or something, I'll fill in like sometimes. And sometimes I get the same student, only I had them in first semester, and then they're finishing up in their last semester. And they'll be like, "Oh, sweet, Chef's here. We're gonna have a kick butt day." It's like, what do you mean? Because we ain't gonna do nothing, and you're gonna learn more today than you did all semester.
Nice.
And then usually, usually if I go in, I'll bring like a couple of PCs for them to build to, so they can actually like do real hardware.
Right.
And newer stuff. I think the last time I was there, they did. Well, it was those I told you about. I got a bunch of those 3080 Ti Founders cards that was from a mining rig.
Yep.
And I mean, I had free labor, and the students learned how to repaste the Founders Edition 3080 Ti. It was pretty good. They really enjoyed it. They were like, "Oh my god, this is great! I've seen the videos. I've never done this before." I'm like, "Well, it's hands on. Let's go." Well, what if I break it? I'm like, and then I throw it away. We're moving on. Next. But and I'm like, look, I'm accepting a acceptable risk here of letting you guys do this, but you're not going to learn until you put hands on it. So, especially with new hardware. I mean, because you can simulate, because they have what is that? Test out. They use test out, and it simulates, put the Ethernet cable in the Ethernet slot, and this DVI cable goes on the,
Right.
Yeah, a computer simulation is that, it's like, PC building simulator-esque, right? I got a bunch of those licensed for the class, which the kids like because, you get jobs and, it's good. It really works, and they got newer equipment, right? But simulation is not hands-on, right? You don't know what kind of stress you have until you have a $3,000 PC that you snap the PCIe on because you didn't have it slotted correctly.
Yep.
And there's a reason why for the class I bought a boatload. And I mean, I don't remember. I think it was like 40 CPU, RAM, cooler, motherboard combos from AliExpress that are when we were talking about those servers, like those 2694 V3s on like the 2011 LGA. So you can learn how to put thermal paste on and spread it down and mount the cooler. This cooler doesn't mount real good. Yes, welcome to the Intel spring-loaded. Yeah, welcome to the nightmare. Yeah, that's what we used to deal with. Some
Right.
plastic, stupid. Oh, man. And then I got a bunch of donated AM4 and old boards from like ASRock and them. So, you know, the kids know what a pin-grid array is, right?
Yeah, that's
Instead
always
of an LGA, you know.
good to understand.
Oh,
Difference
yeah.
between
Well,
the
and
two.
then, you know, I use a blowtorch. So the thermal paste cooks on there, right? So when they go to pull it off, it pulls out of the socket and they're like, what happened? I was like, oh, you broke it. What you
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we go over this is a common thing. It's fine. This is called crusty thermal paste. This is why we move away from the PGA and into the LGA. Now, if it pulls out on an LGA, you got a bigger problem than
Yes.
thermal paste.
Much bigger problem.
Just saying, you know, you have no idea.
Roy said he had one last question. I'm super interested
Alright.
in the fractal nano. Worth space savings
Oh.
for Weiss build coming soon, or just stick to the Montech Air Max like the rest of the house has? So if you're going to be doing a lot of
Well,
work in and out
okay.
of the build,
Yeah,
I'd stick with the
that
ATX
Nano.
tower. The Nano is going to be hard to work in.
Oh, I mean, look.
You go look it up.
If it was, yeah, because it's the Nano, right? That ITX case is. I don't know. Well, all right. Look, I'm not judging. Okay, I'm gonna preface this by saying that up front. I'm not judging, but Roy, you don't seem like a small individual, and as another small individual that's over 6 foot and over 300 pounds, not a fun case to work in. Just letting you know that now. I'm just putting that out there.
Are you
Just FYI.
Are you talking about the Nano S?
I'm thinking he's talking about just the straight up.
This
I
is
think
the
he's talking
Define
about just
Nano.
like the. Are you talking about like the Torrent Nano? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I thought he was
That's what I
talking
thought he was talking about. Roy, we need some clarification.
I really want to build in something different. LOL. Yes, the Torrent Nano. This one's
Yep,
not so
yep.
bad. Not as bad.
Okay, that one is not as bad. The other one I was talking about was the one that's like half that size.
Yeah.
This is, yes, you can do that because it's kind of like a dual chamber case, but it's not. There's enough room to work in there. It's still going to be a pain in the butt to get your front panel connectors in that. You want the cheat code for it, put the front panel connectors and all that, and then slide the motherboard in.
Yep.
Also get a modular power supply and do your CPU because your fingers are not going to be fun doing that up there. Will a 240 AOL cool the 12900K? Yes, but if you could go to it,
If you have the CPU pegged at 100% at a long period of time, it'll show its weakness there. But on a regular daily gaming session, probably fine.
I'm gonna say if you can go to a 280, yes. A 240, that's pushing it. And if it's overheating,
Some giant idiot pipes in. Ugh, I'm gonna say no.
yeah.
So, and Roy says you go back to
I've seen that. Yeah. Well, it don't matter. I
It's
mean,
not
look,
you.
if you push enough watts through the CPU anyway, yeah, it ain't gonna matter. I mean, because that Arctic Liquid Freezer 420, the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3420, it can't tame that 13900 KS.
Yeah.
I got no chance because, you can only cool so much in that small space. Yeah.
Just look at the TDP ratings and make sure you're at least covering that. But in my opinion, a 240 is kind of tight.
Yeah, a 280 you would be better with, right?
It's got a little bit more square footage on the radiator.
Yeah.
And 140s for the fans.
I would say, I would say a 280 if you could do it. If not, you could do a 240, and I would honestly do an undervolt on it and keep your temps down, and then do the and I would not do the unlocked profile on it. I would do the Intel restricted and not the extreme. So not 253 watts.
Well, the Torrent was originally designed for air cooled, so if you're going with the Torrent, I would definitely go with an air cooler, because that's what it's designed for.
That's why it's called a Torrent.
Yep.
I would, and you can for sure. I mean, if you want to blow your budget and do a Noctua, it fits in there. But I would wait. Perhaps if you're going to go that way with an air cooler, Thermalright may be coming out with, I don't know, like a Royal King or something of that with like 8 heat pipes on it. I'm not saying, I'm just saying whatever they're going to call it, they had it on a 13900K at the show and it was keeping it at 78 degrees. So I don't know if it's like some thermal siphon. I don't know what it was, but I was like, when's this coming out? I want this. What is this?
Give me that.
It did. Yeah. Well, it did. Okay. So it did have 140 millimeter fans on it, right? Not the standard 120 like the PA 120s, right? But still, I mean, it's doing a 13900K and it's 300 and some odd watts and it's keeping it under 80 or under 90. And I'm like, that's impressive on air.
I don't know.
I think it can.
To be honest, I don't know what.
I think it can in the front. I think it can in the front because it's two 140s in the front, so you can mount it in the front. As I've proven today, the Okinoa's Cypress 3 said you can't put an AIO in it. Bullshit. There's one sitting right here. I got that done, by the way. But you can't put an AIO in this case. Whatever. Bet. Hold my beer. I beg to differ.
Compatibility. Front radiator 240. Bottom radiator.
They're not 140s. There you go. Hey, look at that.
So front fan.
That's actually for a water cooling build, right? I don't think an AIO.
No, you don't want to put the AIO at the radiator at the bottom. For an AIO.
I mean, you could. But...
As long as the pump's not the highest point of the loop.
Unfortunately, that's just about
front fan is times 1 180 millimeter or 2 140 120 millimeters.
That's what I mean.
With an
2
included
140s
bracket.
in the front. Would have to see the bracket. But if it does 140s, you can do a 280. I mean, like I said, that's just like this Okinoa's case here. It's 3 120s in the front. You can't put a liquid cooler in there. Why? You just put the radiator on one side and mount the fans on the other. Now, the only problem I was going to have a concern with was where the screw's going to be big enough to go through the metal, but it wasn't that thick.
This is probably the bracket. You could probably do a radiator on there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You could put a 280 radiator on there. No problem.
You're going to lose
because
some square footage in here. I guess the only concern is
GPU length.
GPU length, and then where the tubes end up, because you're probably going to have to put the tubes at the bottom, and then around the GPU to the CPU. So GPU length and width might be a problem.
Yeah. Also, you can't get a chunky power supply in there. You'd have to do, if you got a standard, it'll work. But if it's one of those big ass Cooler Master 200 millimeter ones, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, you get a case that size, you gotta figure out little restrictions.
It says 240, two 140s or two 120s. How does that work? Does it have mounting?
So
because I see brackets
Yeah,
for
yeah, so
120,
I'm-
but I don't see the 140 width unless it moves over. It must. Oh, I see.
no,
The
okay.
screw
See,
shifts
so
over.
those, yeah, well, see the brackets; those are probably for the 120s, and the 140s actually mount to the actual case itself. I bet.
No, what they did is they made it so that the bracket can scoot out a little more for the 140. See?
Ah, okay, yeah. So it just widens itself out.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was smart.
Oh, but
I
oh
do like
god,
that.
the tube though. The tube placement. That's about
anybody-
it's gonna be about as bad as this.
I wonder if it's on the interwebs if we search it.
Oh, let's look and see.
If anybody's done one.
Well, just look for a product review. Just about everybody does a front AIO install, easy peasy. Let's see. Skip ahead. This is the bracket.
This is on Reddit. So he did it. 280 millimeter. Again.
Yep, I'm watching a
hoses are down here.
YouTube video that did it.
Just like I said, hoses are going to be on the bottom. And then
Yep.
you got no room for a bottom fan here, but he crammed one in there anyway.
Yeah, this. So I'm watching a guy do a video of it. He did the 280, and then he put the fan in.
Yep.
Yeah, you can do it.
It's doable.
I mean, if you put 140 fans in there, you can do a 280.
Oh, that's that Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. That's a 240. You could probably do it with the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 because it's got the thicker radiator. I do like this if you look at the,
Yeah.
the Discord QA. The only problem I have with Intel is their mounting. You're mounting directly to the CPU socket with their mounting for these.
Well,
Not-
it's got a whatchamacallit, pretty much built-in plate with the
The contact
Freezer 3.
frame, yeah.
Yeah, it's got the contact frame. The only thing I don't like, I hate that spring-loaded, stupid thing for. It's stupid.
Yeah. It's a pain to get on there.
Well, and then when I got a new 420 to put in there for that 13900 KS in that deep cool case I got, and first and foremost, I'm glad I had the deep cool case because I was going to put it in a Torn XL that's supposed to fit a 420 Nope, the radiator's too thick. It doesn't work. I'm like, shit, damn it. Well then, I put it in the deep cool case, and God, I didn't know they made an offset for the AM5
Oh,
on
yeah.
the Liquid Freezer 3. I'm like, how come this thing is not covering the CPU all the way?
Yep. That was the
And
big
it just
thing.
came out, and thank good I can read German because I had to translate it. It wasn't in English yet, I guess.
Das sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah. It's a pain in my butt is what it was. I was like, Jesus. You can get the 280 in there. Yes, Liquid Freezer 3 rad is thicker than the 2. It is 2.3 millimeters thicker.
That's what I was trying to look up. So I couldn't remember if it was thicker or not, but I thought it was.
It is. It's just a couple millimeters thicker. And that throws off so many cases that fits a 420 rad.
Yeah.
Unless it's like one of the huge,
Beasts.
m- it's like 2.3 or something. Something stupid.
Will the frozen note be safe on the bottom? I would say no, because you're going to eliminate space for the GPU. If you go look back at, the photos, depending on where your PCIe slot lands on the board, it's going to be a tight fit. See?
Yeah.
So if you put a radiator at the bottom, it's not going to fit the GPU. So you really can't put the radiator at the bottom if you're going to have a graphics
10
card in
mils.
there.
It's 10 millimeters thicker.
Maybe get away with
There's a
using
standard-
those thinner 140 millimeter fans. If you could do the 240
Yeah, but
and it's the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3, I think I would be comfortable with that.
yeah. So the the Liquid Freezer 2 red is 27 millimeters thick, and the 3 is 38. Or no, they're both 38. Oh, what the hell is it? Oh, it's white. Oh, it's got more. It's bigger, trust me, because
Yeah,
I
it's
have a
bigger.
420 Liquid Freezer 2, and right behind me is the Liquid Freezer 3, which I had to tear apart. Oh my god, there was a whole cat in there. Let's not go there. Jesus. It's dust. Terrible.
Yeah, Roy, I'd say Liquid Freezer 3, 240 would work.
So, okay. If she streams, I would definitely skip to 1314 gen because that's got the new Intel QuickSync encoder on it. I mean, if you're gonna do it, you can pull it, do a 14700K for Micro Center.
I think. What is she streaming? That's a good question. Multi-stream, mainly cozy games.
Yeah, so nothing too demanding. So I think at 240 be okay, but the stream
Yeah.
is going to put a little bit of a strain on it.
I think you'll be fine with it.
So for that,
We're talking
what you want to do?
Helldivers or Stardew Valley.
Hey man, don't rag on Helldivers, man. That's not cozy. That's democracy waiting to happen.
Oh man, that was good.
I know. Give that man some gold. Where's it at?
STV with 150 plus mods. This is actually Mrs. Tat herself in the chat, Inc.
Well, there you go. All right. So, Roy, I would trade off.
Yes, John, I'm trying to go to bed.
Yeah, no kidding.
Sir, Mrs. Tuna, thank you, some giant idiot, because I accidentally said something in the lines of like, thank you, sir. Because
Jesus.
I'm just so used to saying, I'm sorry.
And on that note,
It's
good night,
time.
everybody. No. Let's go.
Good night,
Just
America.
Just cut it off now. Good night. We need the old school rainbow, boop, the television end. You need to flash that on the screen.
Robert's coming in over on
program
YouTube.
is-
What did he say about HD2? He
Hey, nothing.
he bashed. So Roy said that his wife multi-streams mainly cozy games, and then some giant idiot jumped in and said, we're talking about Helldivers or Stardew Valley. Yes, good night, everybody. That's where we're at right now. Robert, you can chase some giant idiot around on the Discord server. Oh, that's it for today, guys. I think we're gonna wrap it up here. We've talked Mike's ear off, and I think that's it. That's it for us.
Let's see.
What?
Nope, they're still there. We're good.
Okay. They're still there. Thank goodness. because I would have felt really
they're
bad
sweaty, but we're fine.
if they left.
They're sweaty in this headset, but it's fine.
Porker
And they're
says,
open back even.
a lot of feedback here. Porker Slaughter says, I really love this stream. Appreciate the stream over there on YouTube. Steve says, good night. Thank you for the stream, Ben and Mike. Night all. Good night to you. Good night to everybody. That's it for me. And Mike, we're both out of beverages, I'm sure.
I've been out of a beverage for a very long time.
You could have gotten one. I would.
And even I even drained the PC Master Race
Oh my
water bottle.
gosh,
It's
that's
gone.
drained. Yeah,
There's nothing in here.
I'm empty too. It is
Well,
time.
there might be backwash in there. I don't want to drink slobber.
I
so
could
anyway.
just open up the promo chill.
Start chugging that. There you go. Liquid gold. Well, you know what? You'll run cooler on the inside.
Jay's 2 cents
I'll have
tests
to get
if mayo is good for open loops. I test if coolant is good for humans.
How does Primo Chill taste? We're going with the gold flavor.
Do not drink.
Tastes metallic.
Do not drink Primo Chill's flavors. That is definitely not something we recommend doing.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see you on the next one. We'll definitely have to do another one of these. Streaming tomorrow? Question mark. Probably not tomorrow. I'm waiting on a graphics card for the next build show. So I'll keep you guys posted in the Discord channel for the next one. But
yes, the hurry up and wait for parts.
yeah. Yep. So thank you everybody for joining. We will see you on the next one. If it doesn't happen this week, it is definitely going to happen sometime next week. I'm going to try to... It does slow down in the summer for me. It's just typical for PC builds. It kind of slows down in the summer. So we should be seeing some builds definitely picking up probably in, I'd say, end of August. It's when we start seeing it pick back up. So it's going to be slow here in the summer. Never really thought of what to do in between. So here we are, figuring it out. So we'll see you guys next week if I don't see you again before the end of the week. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for joining.
Thanks for stopping by.
Have a nice day. Bye. All right, I didn't add audio to the nice. Hold on, guys. I'll get you your music back. Was that like Jay's 2 cents thing?
I mean, this is definitely an RTM podcast. I think Jay's streaming Friday. I think he's doing the RTFM show on Friday. I'll have to ask Phil, see if he's. I was like, well, pull the boner. Tell Phil, pull the boner.
Your voice is still going through to the stream, just an FYI, because it's picking up Discord
Who
still.
cares? I was good over the stream. It was good. I think it was pretty fine. It was good. Oh, hey, how's it going?